Hey, everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the NHL Trade Deadline Show, the NHL Experience. And it's nice to be back here with my good friend, Justin Levine. Justin, I haven't seen you in a long, long time. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, good. You ready for all day trade deadline day? First of all, I should tell everybody, in case you don't know, Justin is a big fan of the Habitant. In English, that means the Habs, Montreal Canadiens. See, Justin, this is why I'm the president of the provinces of Canada. All right? Because I speak English, I speak French, I speak Spanish, I speak all these languages. All right? But
Right.
Montreal has a chance, unlike the Maple Leafs, because they have no chance, no chance, like Vince McMahon, no chance in hell, all right, of making the playoffs, which for the first time in like 11, 12 years, I'm going to be like, not watching. You know, you're Jewish also. We're used to having Passover and watching playoffs and all that. But now Montreal, not only do they have a playoff team, they're a good team, but my second favorite team in the National Hockey League, the Buffalo Sabres, have gone all in. They made a trade late last night, and they may make trades today, and they may make the first place in the Atlantic Division and first place, 5 points back from Carolina, but first place in the Eastern Division. Let's talk about first of all your team and then the Buffalo Sabres.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the Canadians go, sorry, I'm just making my notes for the day, but as far as they go, they've actually been doing really well recently. And as far as what needs to happen on deadline day, I see two things needing to happen. I see maybe goaltending needing to be addressed because Sam Montembeault, despite the fact that they signed him to a long 8-year extension last year, so far this season, it's just not working out. He's just not the goaltender they were hoping he was going to be. He's struggled. He's been sent down to the AHL. He's come back. He's struggled. He just is not, he's not the steady, sturdy goaltender that they need him to be right now. So if they can find a way to deal him and maybe even, still retain some of his salary in order to make a deal happen, then I'm all for it. And then in the meantime, have Jakub Dobish as your number one while you figure out a number two solution, even if that means working with the AHL to make that happen for the rest of the year should needs be. And then number two, Patrick Laine. There's been a lot of rumors about where he might go. Question is, will he go at all? And personally, I'd rather him not. But there's a lot of rumors that he might be moved to defense, and so that's not something you want Patrick Laine to be doing. So if you're going to do that, you may as well deal
Hold
him.
on, you said Patrick Line to defend like a
Yeah, it doesn't
defenseman.
exactly make a lot of sense, right? So if you're
Crazy.
gonna do that, you may as well deal the guy. So, question is where does he belong? And he came to Montreal for a fresh start, and he's been doing just that. So I'm not really sure where the rumor transpired from because he's very obviously an offensive dynamite. So moving him to defense would make close to no sense at all. So, anyways, I don't know where he belongs if that's what they're doing, but I would look at places like Anaheim. I would look at places like um, Buffalo. I mean, and it's funny because Buffalo used to not be an attractive destination, but they're going for it this year, which is great. I mean, we can
Well,
talk
it's
about
not
the Jets
attracted
so
to
far.
for
So
Colton Parayko.
yeah, Colton
We had a
Parayko,
trade
meanwhile.
for Colton Parayko, and he nixed it.
Well, you know what? Colton Parayko should never have been on the Olympic men's team. So the fact that he's now, got that to his name and thinks that he's not good enough for Buffalo is really funny to me. So, and you know what? Maybe he's not good enough for Buffalo because he definitely wasn't good enough for that men's team that he still made for the Olympics. So I don't know what that's about.
It was a first round pick and another top prospect from the Sabres to St. Louis. And earlier on in the week, Buffalo was also talking to St. Louis about Robert Thomas. He may go, and that's surprising to me. Robert Thomas is what he's 23, 24, and a very good offensive player and defensive player. And whoever could pick him up is great there. But I hear there were rumors that he didn't want to go also to, but Luke Shen and Stanley went from Winnipeg to Buffalo, and put it this way, Buffalo already had Dahlin, the captain, and they have Owen Power, first round pick and all that. Now they have this the defenseman and all that, and Luke Shen added. force there and going for the Stanley Cup and all that. Buffalo's defense. I'm just wondering if Buffalo makes a trade for a goalie, maybe from Florida, maybe call Stolar's up or whatever, because Pekka is good, but I can't see him getting a lot of wins in the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's a good question because there is conversation about what goaltending today could look like. Sergei Bobrovsky from Florida is one of the names out there, and you might wonder why that's even happening. But I think they're exploring their options. And then secondly, you've got Jordan Binnington from St. Louis who's out there. So St. Louis obviously not having their hottest season, which is why that could make sense. But the return would have to be really good for that to happen. So, and same thing goes for Robert Thomas while we're talking about it. And for that reason, Montreal and St. Louis could be really good trade partners today. But as of right now, nothing's transpired, and talk is just kind of getting started for the day. So I don't know where this is going to go, what's going to happen, but we'll see.
All right, so give me one player, and we're staying on till about 4:30. So give me one player that you don't expect. We haven't heard anything, but could be moved, and give me one player that there's like we talked about Lonnie. He's going to get traded. He's going to and could he won't get traded.
Yeah, well, another name that's not going to get traded, but for some reason has hit the trade market in terms of rumors, is Matthew Nyes from the Toronto Maple Leafs. That was reported by Elliot Friedman yesterday, and it's very, very unlikely. But he said that unless there's a package out there that that MLSE cannot refuse, Matthew Nyes is out there. So don't expect him to get moved, but that is one name that's out there.
All right, and Maple Leafs, Scott Lawton, and they got a couple of other guys there. All right, so let's talk about your Habs there. Uh, would you be surprised if the Habs stay status quo, or would you be surprised if the Habs make a trade, but a trade that came out of the blue?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expect Robert Thomas to be a Canadian by the end of the day, but that's just based on everything that I've been reading, and they
What do
don't
you think they
necessarily
give
need to
up
do
for
it.
him?
What they would give up for him,
But
it
who do
could
you think
include
they give up for him? Yeah.
it honestly, it could include Patrick Laine. It could be a package of Laine and Montembeault, which might even be considered too much, but not unless you do for Thomas and Binnington in a package. But that's the only way I can envision that happening. But honestly, if they stay status quo for the rest of the year, that also wouldn't be the worst thing. I mean, I don't know. For
So
me, Sam
you say
Montembeault is a power
Montembeau.
problem, but I don't know.
That's my next question. You mentioned Montembeau at the beginning of the year, probably till maybe Christmas time or whatever. He was on fire, and they didn't want to move him and all that. And now, if they're even thinking about moving this guy, what do you think?
I don't know, because you got to wonder what would the team want for Montembeault, because obviously teams have been sending scouts to games. That's how the NHL works throughout the year, and you got to think that not no team scouts are interested in a guy who's been struggling. So I don't know. I'm not sure what it would take.
All right, now let's look at, and this year it's different than any other year. First place in the Atlantic Division, we got Tampa, which always was, but you got Detroit, you got Buffalo, you got it's anybody's game except, Florida, Tampa, and Boston as always, and they're fighting to get into playoffs. All right. In the other division, the Rangers are out of it, and you got, surprising teams could make it there. New Jersey's 4 points back and all that. So give me a couple teams that will be proactive here. Detroit,
Um,
because they need to go for it. They got it and got it, and they're close to first place, and they can make the playoffs. They got to do something, Detroit.
Yeah, and they already have. They acquired David Perron last night from the Ottawa Senators, bringing him back to a place that is home for him. So I expect that they'll continue to be proactive throughout the day. But David Perron is a good start. I could see Dallas being proactive today. I know that there's some interest in Nick Robertson of the Toronto Maple Leafs. There has been for the last year. Meanwhile, Toronto is interested in his brother, so that could make for an idealistic situation. But question is, Nick Robertson's never really had a permanent place on this team. What would Jason have on this team? So I'm not really sure what to expect there, but that's a team that could be of interest. Maybe Seattle. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of teams out there. Buffalo for sure will be a proactive team today. So it's gonna be fun, that's for sure.
All right, so you mentioned the Buffalo and you mentioned all these teams. We're at the trade deadline day today. Now, uh, we're based out of Toronto. I mentioned you love Montreal. I like Toronto and Buffalo here. But if you're, uh, I'll speak on this too. But you're in Toronto. How disappointing is the fans here coming off? And I don't want to say hockey, baseball, but coming off a World Series and to okay, we lost Mitch Marner. I shouldn't say lost. We lost. The Leafs lost Mitch Marner, and you think okay, they replaced him or whatever. We didn't think we're going to fall so back and everything like that. Do you, as now you're the GM of the Maple Leafs, all right? What do you do? Do you blow it up? Do you just fill it in the unrestricted free agents? Fill in the pieces. What do you do today on deadline day?
Well, I think like Elliot Friedman suggested in his latest 32 Thoughts piece yesterday before deadline day got underway is you do whatever you can to bring in assets, prospects, picks, you do whatever you can. So that being said, you've got Oliver Ekman Larson, Bobby McMahon, Scott Lawton. Those are all available options. So in that sense, I'd do whatever I can with those guys to bring in whatever draft picks and prospects that you can. And I think the understanding based on Elliot Friedman's article is, this is where the kind of the restructuring of the Leafs begins. So I don't know what that looks like. I don't know if all three of those guys are going to get dealt today. Because there's also rumors that McMahon might sign a long-term extension. So I don't know, but
Okay, so I just that quick here, and it's funny that you're mentioning Bobby McMahon. It looks like the Maple Leafs and Bobby McMahon will not sign a long-term deal today. He is hitting the market, and he expect him to be moved before 3 o'clock, Joe. So this is the text I just received while you heard that beep there. So it looks like Bobby McMahon, they tried to sign him, or maybe they didn't, but he is going to hit the open market, free agency. But so it looks like they probably will move him before the 3 p.m. deadline today. Now, there's talk if they do move him, they get another first round pick. What do you can you get for Bobby McMahon?
well, he's had an awesome year, so you would hope that you can get a first round pick for the guy and maybe add to that a second or third round pick in the next year or two to go alongside that. If you're lucky, maybe you'll even get a player out of that. But certainly you should get a first round pick from Bobby McMahon based on the year he's had.
Now, Ekman Larson, what do you think you could get from Ekman Larson?
Ekman Larson, another guy who, despite a couple of, a roster that's really struggled this year, obviously, given that they're on a 6-game losing skid now, he's been one of very few stars on this roster. So I would think that you should get probably a prospect of some kind out of this, as well as if you're lucky, you'll get like a third and a fourth round pick, something of that sort. That's kind of where I imagine because OEL's going into the later part of his career, but still has something to offer. So I do imagine that you should get a decent haul for him.
All right. And now at the end of trade deadline today, do the Maple Leafs look like they need to go for it in free agency, or do is this the Toronto Maple Leafs, aka NHL, AHL Toronto Marlies?
No, I mean, look, it's very possible that by tomorrow night that this team could have a Marley-ish look, but part of me doesn't believe that that's the direction that MLSE wants to go with them. So, I don't know that we're going to see all three of these guys change today. I think we're going to see a team that's still trying to hold the core of their team together. So, again, if McMahon is the one piece that goes, I won't be surprised by that. But if they also try and retain the other two in Lawton and OEL, then, rightfully so, because they still want to make sure that, despite the fact that those guys also deserve opportunities to go win somewhere, that the idealistic structure of this team remains. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be totally shocked if they don't do a lot in the way of making those moves. But I think there's also, there's this underlying reality that change is needed. So it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to approach today.
Like I mentioned, you're a Montreal fan, but as a Maple Leaf fan, or as a Montreal fan, are you enjoying the Maple Leafs for the first time in 10, 11 years, not making the playoffs and seeing, we got Austin Matthews, but do we have Austin Matthews in 27? Put it that way.
Um, Look, I I've always enjoyed the Leafs when they make the playoffs. It makes the city a lot of fun. So knowing that there's very likely not going to be playoffs this year here sucks. Period. And then there's obviously the question of Austin Matthews, and like you said, will he be here in 27? It sounds like he will be. I mean, he's committed to this team and wants to make sure that they find a way to right the ship and get back. So the answer to that is hopefully yes, but then again, things change. That's the business. This is not just a sport; it's a business, and people have to remember that. So I'm not sure, but something tells me that Matthews is probably going to be here in 27, despite the belief of fans that that might change.
All right, the best team right now in the National Hockey League is Colorado. Colorado, they picked up Nicholas Waugh from the Maple Leafs yesterday. Do you expect them to be doing something more, or if they go in as status quo, are they the Stanley Cup favorites?
Yeah, I think they probably are. I don't think they need to do a lot. To be honest, I was even surprised that Nick Wall went to Colorado in that trade yesterday. I don't know. I never really see them as needing to do much, but Colorado, they're not one to sit back and do nothing. So I could see them even trying to work out a deal with Pittsburgh, as unnecessary as it sounds, to do something there, and that might scare a lot of people because instantly you're going to think Sidney Crosby. Rest assured, let me tell you, Crosby's not going anywhere. But that being said, yeah, Colorado's not going to sit back. They might make one more move. Not that they have to, but I don't know, maybe just for depth.
All right, how about Dallas?
Dallas is another one who doesn't necessarily need to do anything, but I think adding another one or two offensive pieces couldn't hurt, which is why Patrick Laine could make sense in Dallas as well. I've been thinking about that the last couple of days, so I'm curious to see if that happens today.
All right, now basically, I'm going to ask you this 11:45. Okay, we started 15 minutes ago. Who's your Stanley Cup favorite right now? And then when we finish around 4:30, I'm going to ask you it again.
Yeah, right now it's a Colorado Avalanche for me. Again, this is a team that hasn't really changed and doesn't need to change. So, if they can continue their ways, I think that they've got a very strong team there, one that's capable of bringing another cup back.
All right, against who? Colorado against who?
Um, Part of me wants to say this is a joke, but the other part of me is really serious about this. The Buffalo Sabres.
Well, it's not a joke because that's my second favorite team. Now, look, I don't know if you know this. Buffalo has a good NFL team. It was a Buffalo Bills game at the Raptor game this week, okay? Buffalo, and they're building a new stadium and all that. For the first time in 14, 15 years, it looks like there's going to be playoffs in Buffalo. And if you remember, playoffs in Buffalo is like nothing other because last time, Buffalo was against the Maple Leafs in the Eastern Conference Final, and Buffalo went against Dallas in the Stanley Cup Final, and the skate goal with Brett Hall there, and I don't have to tell you about this. Buffalo also has no luck when it comes to the Stanley Cup and when it comes to the playoffs. But when you say, Buffalo Sabres, and I know everybody's going to be surprised, but are you surprised when you look at this team since December? They're like 25, 4, and 2 or something like that. Like we're talking about like half the season as the number one team in the National Hockey League.
Yeah, and it happened as soon as Kevin Adams was fired, funny enough. Literally
So that
that
tells you
day.
something there.
Yeah, that day is when they turned around. So it really tells you a lot about the fact that they're like that was the one issue. It was leadership, and now they have leadership. They've got Lindy Ruff. So, what more do you need? Just go out there and win. It's what they've done.
Yeah, and that's winning is everything when it comes to sports. Now, when it comes to sport, we're also going to throughout the day we're going to also talk about the PWHL, and Justin is one of the guys who is a great member of the PWHL. He was the media guy for the Toronto Six and everything like that. And you could see the pictures of him and the Walter. You touched the Walter. I didn't touch the Walter. Do you have a
Well,
ring?
actually, it was the Isabel, but close
Okay,
enough.
sorry. Yeah, yes, Isabel Cup. Should have been still the Isabel Cup instead of Walter. But do you have I guess PWHL ring?
I do not have a PWHL ring.
Well, wait a minute. We're going to be joined later on today by somebody who has a PWHL ring. Her name's Taylor Woods. Okay, and she has and by the way, Taylor Woods is going to join us from Cleveland. You know what she's doing in Cleveland?
She's at
Or
the
Columbus?
Arnold.
Columbus, sorry.
She's at the Arnold Strongman show.
Yes, wait a minute. You correct yourself now.
Or well,
Taylor Woods.
It's a strong woman show, but
Now,
I think the original name that's what it was called.
yeah, exactly. Going from hockey to being this girl could pick up a car, and I'm going to say it because I don't want to get you in trouble. All right. By the way, did you see the abs on her?
Yeah, she's
So you saw the abs on her.
one of the strongest hockey players that I know.
Yeah, well, too bad the PWHL doesn't. Never mind. We'll talk about that soon. But let's talk for 2 minutes about the PWHL. Are you surprised on where it is now, and the teams that are, the goalie for Boston, of course, amazing story. They're winning, gold and all that in the Olympics, but Boston, not a great team in PWHL, but Montreal, again, I say that because it's, Montreal's your favorite team also. So Montreal right up there. Who do you expect to be in the Walter this year?
Oh, it'll be the Montreal Victoire will 100% be there. I think that they're having a moment right now where they've realized they are that good, and therefore that's what's driven them up the standings into first place. So I think it'll be Montreal. I could also see Boston. I mean, they're only in third place; they're not that far. So I could see Boston it being Montreal and Boston. I think that's probably the way it's going to be. I don't see another situation unless it's Minnesota. But that being said, Toronto's got some work to do. They're in fifth place now, and there's still, I think, 13 games left, if I'm not
Yes.
wrong. So
Yes.
they've got time to make it happen. And they started the second half hot with 2 wins on the West Coast, and then came home and lost in the shootout to Montreal on Tuesday here at Coca-Cola Coliseum. But they're playing much better hockey right now. So Toronto realistically still has a chance. But I can definitely say Montreal. I just think Montreal and Boston would be a lot of fun. And given that they're not that far from each other in the standings, there's only, I think, 5 or 6 points that separates them right now. I think that might be the final.
All right. And for people who haven't gone, to Coca-Cola Coliseum or Scotiabank Arena when they had games at Scotiabank Arena, and they're selling out all over the place, okay? Take them through what it's like to go to PWHL.
Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. I mean, there's been look, the Toronto Scepters every day since the first day that PWHL hockey came to Toronto has been sold out. So that's what the energy is like, and that still remains today, 3 years later. I mean, it's really incredible, even for Blair Turnbull bobblehead day here on Tuesday against Montreal. It was like this was their biggest crowd that they've ever had, and it was incredible. There were lineups around the exhibition grounds to get that bobblehead and to be in the building for that game. It was really, really incredible. And so it's something that you're starting to see now around the PWHL. You're seeing it in Montreal on a regular basis. You're seeing it in Boston. Speaking of which, Boston, New York are playing a sold out game at Madison Square Garden coming up soon. So it just kind of shows that this isn't just a movement, it's a moment. And that's what the PWHL kind of means right now.
All right, so you talked about the PWHL and CNE there and all that. Don't forget the CNE will have World Cup soccer games starting in June, and maybe if we have time, we'll talk about that a little bit here. Now, talk about the PWHL. This year they expanded to Vancouver. Your good friend Sarah Nurse using Perk Plus in Vancouver now. Okay, and have you heard of expansion for next year and a couple of years? And how many teams can they theoretically expand by, let's say, 2030?
It sounds like by 2030 they want to have something like 12 teams, and therefore, this offseason their goal is to expand to as many as 4 teams. Now, it's not certain that they will do that, but the rumor is that it will be 4 teams. So, that
And who are they?
we don't know yet what that looks like, who they will be. I could take some guesses, but I don't really know anything. So I don't know. I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Edmonton was one of them. Another one that's deserving is Halifax, though I'm not sure they're going to get one. But yeah, there's a lot of questions
What
to what
about
this looks
Pittsburgh?
like.
I hear Burke and all that wants ladies hockey also. So what about Pittsburgh? You know,
There was a time where I thought Pittsburgh, but I don't know. They haven't exactly come out the way that I think the PWHL was hoping they would there. So that might have some questions. However, attendance is not the only thing that matters to them. There's also the whole corporate infrastructure, partnership interest, and there's the economy around it. There's so
Calgary
many
is also they're
questions.
getting a new building in Calgary. I hear Calgary is all, but my question is, it just opened up again. Hamilton's used to be Cops Coliseum. Now I think it's TD Place or
TD
something like that.
Coliseum, yeah.
TD Coliseum, and is there a problem like the NHL? Okay, if Hamilton has a team, it's going to be Maple Leafs have a problem. Buffalo has a problem. Um, do they have a problem in the PWHL if Hamilton gets a team?
A problem is not the way I would put it, but that being said, it's going to present some challenges to probably the city of Hamilton, who's also getting an AHL team next year. So that now becomes a tricky situation that I don't think the PWHL anticipated. But as far as rivalries and stuff go, no, I don't think the PWHL views it that way. I think they view it as another crosstown rival more than an issue. So I think that that's just going to add more fuel to the fire, to give more options in Ontario for those who can't make it to Toronto.
All right, and where would you? Let's say I'll give you forget about four. I'll give you two teams. Where would you put two teams for the PWHL? And for that matter, is that the same two teams for the NHL? Because we know, I don't know if you maybe because I haven't talked to you or whatever, but I've been tipped for the next Toronto is going to get a second team probably by 2032. But we know that the NHL wants to expand by four teams by 2000. I'll say 2032. There's talks of Houston. There's talk of Kansas City. All these. There's a lot of talk of Portland there. But where would you put teams in both the PWHL and the NHL?
Portland's become a really exciting women's sports town, so I think that Portland could make a lot of sense. Where else? I don't know. Edmonton could make sense. I mean, their attendance was down this year from last year, but not by much. So I could still see Edmonton being another team and playing out of Rogers Place, where the Oilers play. So I think those are two very realistic possibilities at this point.
All right, and what about the NHL?
The NHL, again, Houston seems to make sense, and so does Atlanta. There seems to be an ownership group out there that thinks they can make it work. So yeah, Houston and Atlanta right now are the most suitable, I think.
All right. Houston and Atlanta there, of course. All right. I'll give you a time to have a cup of water or whatever because we've been doing a lot of talking. Maybe you could check the trade deadline here. We're hopefully going to be joined by a former boss of yours, Digit Murphy, in the next couple seconds. But we are watching the trade deadline, NHL trade deadline here on the Fired Up Network. Also, we're on Roku. Every smart TV with Roku, you could watch us. Just download the Fired Up Network, and you could see the NHL trade deadline show on the Fired Up Network. We're also on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, X, as well as Instagram. So again, check us out. And then right on the left corner here, you'll see scanning. Digit Murphy is about to join us, and you could scan to download the channel there, and hopefully we get Digit on. You see, it's zooming in right now. Dig, are you in? Not
In the
yet.
meantime, while it's loading, there is a trade that we should talk
Okay.
about.
All right, hold on. Do a trade FX thing. Okay, go ahead.
I don't have any. So what we got here, the Minnesota Wild are trading for Blackhawks captain Nick Foligno. where he will be able to join his brother Marcus, according to ESPN sources. This is Chicago doing their captain a favor to go chase a cup. There is no retention, and the Blackhawks do not have retention spots left, according to Emily Kaplan of ESPN.
All right, Digit, have you joined us? She can't hear. She's having technical difficulties here, Digit. You should have seen what Justin said about you, like crazy. Like, can you hear us? I guess not. But hopefully she'll just join us in a couple seconds here. Can you repeat that trade again?
Yeah, the Minnesota Wild are acquiring Blackhawks captain Nick Foligno. I don't know what the other side of this trade looks like just yet, but we do know that much at this moment.
All right, so Minnesota, and of course they have his brother Marcus Foligno there, and that's very interesting for Minnesota because they got, do I have to tell you, one of the best defensemen picked him up from Vancouver recently, about a month and a half ago, and Minnesota looks like they're going to try to do something this year, but we'll see what happens because that may be a sneaky good pickup for Minnesota.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's really cool that he gets to go chase a cup. This might be his last NHL season, and getting to do alongside his brother, I think, is really special for him. So, yeah, really cool trade. But yeah, I think that being said, Chicago now once again is going to have to retool again over the offseason, something that they've become all too familiar with. But you never know. They still have all day today, so we'll see what happens.
All right, and so again, it's Wild receive Nick Foligno for future considerations. We'll try to get that. And there was another trade, a small one. Again, it's Minnesota gets Bobby Brink from the Flyers for David Jersek. I think Digit's joining us again. Hopefully she can hear us.
You hear it now.
Yes, you can hear us. All right. That's I don't know if you know the guy beside me here. His name is Justin Levine. Do you know him? I guess she doesn't. Can you hear us? Or
speakers? How about this?
Technically.
All right, I got it now. It won't take my microphone. I don't know why.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. But Digit, first of all, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Are we live?
I'm good. Yes, we're live. We're live.
Oh my God! So I can't swear.
You can swear. I'll just find
Joe, your hair looks good. Look at your hair.
Look at
Justin, that. You have it.
Justin Levine is here. Look at his hair.
Oh, Justin. Oh, you're. Hi, Justin.
How are you?
Awesome. How are you?
Doing well.
Oh wait, we talked.
We actually did talk recently. So
yeah. Before that, I haven't seen you since the 6 days.
Yep.
The 6 days. All right. First of all, we'll talk about the 6 days because you know what? The 6. You didn't get a ring, did you? You didn't get a ring.
I don't think I did. I think I was supposed to be at the ceremony though.
Yeah, you didn't get a ring.
Maybe they have one.
And we'll be joined by Taylor Woods later on today. But it's NHL trade deadline day. Whatever you want to call it, PWHL, CWHL, Women Hockey League, or whatever. Has there ever been a trade deadline day for you guys?
Yeah, I think they have one. I think they have trade deadlines now.
They do, yeah.
But it's not the same. Like literally, guys, like when you have no money, like you literally just fly across the country, you give up your apartment. Like I kind of don't believe that there should be trades in the league yet until they really pay the players, because they still are not paying some of the players that could be traded, right? I mean, you're seeing, for example, kids that are making like 30 grand and they're living with other people to pay the rent. So now how do you trade those kids across the country? And now you put your roommates in a bad situation. I just don't think we're there yet. Just my humble opinion. We're not there yet.
Yeah, well.
And who are you going to trade? You don't need to trade anyone. Do a better job at the beginning picking people. You don't need to trade people.
Me and Justin and myself talked about the PWHL, and I'm going to ask you, why isn't there? We're talking about millionaire players in the National Hockey League, and now why isn't there a millionaire player in the PWHL? Why isn't there salary cap considerations? How would you change the PWHL right now?
Well, first of all, you have an 8-year CBA. I mean, that says it all right there. They are not going to do anything for 8 years. And the fact that players signed an 8-year CBA is tragic, right? Who signs an 8-year CBA? And that means your salaries can't go up for 8 years. So really, the players that signed it now are really leveraging the future players' futures, right? Imagine Dara Watts now, right? Like, she's one of the top players in the league, and I'm sure that someone's going to have to leave a team or like one of those higher level bands. They're going to have to make room somehow. And you got 8 years. This is a bad situation for them. Don't sign an 8-year CBA. I mean, have you guys seen it? Have you read it? There's a lot of stuff in there. It's like, you can't boycott, you can't strike. It's all this like, you can't. Why does anyone sign that? I don't know. So it starts with the CBA.
Dig, I know you're familiar with hockey, you're familiar with all these sports, but it looks like the CBA and the WNBA are they're not going so well. The WNBA is a little bit 20, I think it's 25 years older than the PWHL, but they're having problems there. Can't they take something from the WNBA and learn?
I think when you talk about women's sports, we have grown rapidly over the last 10 years. And in my opinion, we have not grown audience or dollars that are going to come in from a revenue perspective that give owners a return on their investment. It's that simple. You guys see it from a completely different perspective because you're in Canada, okay? You're seeing the PWHL sell out one game in Madison Square Garden. You're seeing the PWHL sell a couple of games out in Boston. You play less games in women's sports, okay? You have a very high expense on the expense side with, what it costs to turn the key in a rink. And until our audience is bigger and we fill consistently, you are not going to see players being paid because the owners don't want to do it. And the owners have all the leverage right now unless you strike. So this is a business problem. It's not an equity problem. It's a business problem. And players need to, and listen, I don't want to put it on the players because the players are an asset in the eyes of an owner. But when these players are bringing in multi-millions of dollars in ticket sales, right, and selling out the games all the time, when that happens, you're going to see the salaries go up. Okay, I know that I know all the sports, but I don't keep up on the revenue. I'm sorry, the ticket sales. But is the WNBA selling out every game? If they're selling out every game and they're playing 80 games a year, then you can start paying them more. I'm saying we don't have audience yet, and people don't want to believe that. Everyone watches women's sports. I don't believe it. I believe a lot of people are watching it more.
All right, Justin. I'll get to Justin in a second. I'll let him ask you.
Justin, you're on the bench right now. Joe's
no,
not.
I'll let him ask.
It's okay. I'm enjoying this because you're right. You're absolutely right.
I gotta ask this because Digit. Last time you were on, it was the Olympics. I picked. I picked basically Canada because I'm Canadian, All right, and you, of course, are American. Of course, you picked America.
Of course.
All right. I said I have to, next time if Canada doesn't win, I'll get Justin to cut his hair and everything like that. So I did my part. Look, Justin, bend over here. Show that you got a haircut and everything like that. So I get and all that.
Justin's looking good.
But here,
looking sharp.
Cool. I don't know. I know Donald Trump's gonna take away a hamburger because he invited all these guys to hamburger. You go to White House, Justin. You're used to this. You go to the White House and you're thinking you're gonna get a filet mignon, a steak, spare ribs, a potato, and all that. No, you get a double Whopper. All right, or sorry, it's not Whopper. That's Burger King.
McDonald's.
Whatever.
Big Mac.
Big Mac or whatever. Okay, now
right.
and you see the players, they're eating it. They're eating it now. Obviously, Digit, you're a lady, and we here at the Fired Up Network and Fam, We're for both, for ladies, for men, for everybody here. Well, and the ladies I know they said no, and they went away or whatever. And then the Trump like, oh, we're gonna get the ladies, and we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do what a like. Oh, I wanted to swear here. I want to swear. What a like. This guy is unbelievable. You take a sport of hockey where USA right now, and I'll say it right now, by the record, the USA are the #1 nation in the world in the sport of hockey. I never thought I would say it, but it's true. They won the men, they won the ladies. USA is USA. Right now, Justin may sing the national anthem of the U.S. If he doesn't, I'll call.
He doesn't know the words.
No, okay. No. I don't think a non-Canadian knows the words there or all that. But take me through, because I haven't seen you since they won. Take me through when you saw, first of all, on the ladies' side, that they actually won, and it was a much harder game than you anticipated. And this, I think we anticipated the same type of game between Canada and the U.S. And then when Hughes scored that goal, I would have knocked those teeth out again for scoring that goal. But take me through what was like for USA to win everything.
Well, first of all, I do agree with you that right now we've got a little bit of an edge, especially on the women's side. I think we're younger. I think we've got a lot of continuity and creativity in the way we're playing. I think that right now Canada needs a whole rebrand in how they play the game. I think they play it very conservatively. I think they have an old guard that is good, but something needs to change. They need to zhuzh it up, right? Zhuzh up that team, right? So I don't know whether it's more of a.
What does zhuzh up mean?
Means
they
like,
need to win
like
Gretzky or what?
No. It means like you need to now either fire coaches, take different players. Like, this is sport. Like, there's no guarantees. There's no king of women's hockey as a coach. There's no king of a queen or whatever as a GM, right? Figure it out, zhuzh it up, get some new energy in there, because they weren't playing with typical Canada energy where they go in and they just own the rink. And I think the last game, I saw glimpses of it. I think they came out in the first period and crushed, but they didn't sustain it. I think U.S. is very strong. The way that their D jump up into the play, the way they involve everyone on the ice, the way they share the puck, how fast they are, they were just better. And they were better the whole tournament. And I don't think that they played their best game in the last game, and they still won. Okay. I mean, for Megan Keller, well, who made the play to score that goal? Megan Keller, yes. But Taylor Heisey, to see that Canada's changing and rifle that puck up the far wall, and then Keller making that move, because Canada was on a change, you had I can't remember who was it, a D that was at the blue line that she deked around. I can't remember who it was, but I mean, that was a hockey move. That was a hockey play. Team USA has been doing that for the last 10 years. They've been preaching defense, jump into the play. They've been preaching good stick skills, like they're more innovative, they're more creative. They're like freaking Abby Rock scores a Michigan. Like, they're encouraging that they take chances play, and I think Canada is too conservative. Okay, that's on the women's side. On the men's side, oh my God. Seriously, like, you guys should have won the game like 5 times over. Wide open nets. I mean, yeah, Hellebuck, great goalie, but I think Canada lost that game. I don't think Team USA won that game. The fact that McDavid doesn't score, McKinnon with the wide open net. I can't remember who else. Sidney Crosby. You should not have to just have Sidney Crosby in the game to win. You have way more players in the arsenal than we do, in my opinion. So I think that it was the second it went into overtime, and we as the U.S., like, I think we breathed a sigh of relief. I like the 3-on-3. Too bad winning regular 5-on-5. I say go to the 3-on-3. It's better than the shootout. And you know what? Pick your team so that you have to go into 3-on-3. Like, all this comes into a factor when you are a coach. Pick the team. If you know you got 3-on-3, pick some players that are better and more high skilled. So when Jack Hughes scores that goal, it's because, in my opinion, they take chances. U.S. takes chances. Okay, if he doesn't step into the play, he's the last line of defense. The D was already in the corner. Okay, so if Jack Hughes does not jump in and take that shot, if he's like, oh geez, I'm the last one back, maybe I just dump it in the corner, maybe just take a shot. No, he attacks the net, he scores the goal, USA wins the game. And I think that that's a reflection of how we play hockey in the United States of America. And I think Canada has better players, has more skilled players for the most part, on par. You guys got the edge, but it's the way they're being coached to just hang back and be passive. Go for it. Take no prisoners. Crush life. That's why I think you guys lost. Okay. What was the other question?
All right, Justin, go ahead. It's your turn, Justin. Go ahead. You've been quiet. You've been in the penalty box 5 minutes for cutting your hair. Go ahead.
No, I think you're right. Watching the empty nets on the men's side is what drove me nuts. Nathan McKinnon right there. It was right there. And I was yelling at my television. And when I say yelling, I've never yelled at a television before, but quite like that. So that was frustrating, man. Just missed opportunities again and again and again. And it's why they lost, right? And then on the women's side, it was a competitive game, but we all know the USA, the way they've been developing players the last couple of years, they're just doing it better than Hockey Canada. And that's not a secret. Now there's questions about Troy Ryan and whether or not he'll be coaching in September for the national team. And then the leadership of Gina Kingsbury is now her contract is up. So,
I think
so I'm gonna
he should get fired. He should probably get fired just because it's nothing against him at all. But I think they just, like I say, judge it up, get some new energy, get someone else behind the bench. Last thing, I forgot to tell you guys this about the Canada USA thing. They used to centralize, right? They didn't centralize this year.
True.
So in my opinion, here we go again. Canada's always like marching through. They have like a huge entourage of video people. Like they have like freaking 20 people and 20 players, like all like, analyzing every little gnat's ass detail. And I think the US is just like, let's just play hockey. And I don't know if it's because of our approach, but when you don't centralize and you can't have the team building activities and all the things that Hockey Canada stands for, right? That the government pays for. Don't forget, USA is different. We're a foundation. Government doesn't pay for us. You're kind of left to this approach that's more unique to the team, more vibrant, because you rely more on the players' energy and less the control of coaches. And I think that had a huge impact on why Canada lost the women's side. Okay. But the men are used to it. The men are used to just playing. Okay. I think women's hockey needs to give players more freedom and less control. And I see it in the PWHL too. I see there's more control in the PWHL there needs to be. I think you need to let the players play. Okay. That was my other point I forgot to say.
All right. I'm going to ask you this. You see, this is Digit Murphy, what I call the female version of Don Cherry here. And Don Cherry got the, Justin, maybe I'm wrong, but got the key of Canada or whatever. So congratulations to Don Cherry and everything like that. But
Don.
that brings me, yes. And that brings me to you, Dig. And it's starting to get a movement here. You could see ladies being assistant coaches and being involved in the National Hockey League and all that. So Justin wants me to ask this question. All right. So it came from Justin. It didn't come from me. How much would it take me to pay you to be the Maple Leafs coach? How long would it take me to make you the coach of the defense of the Maple Leafs? And for that matter, you speak a little French. You could be the coach of Montreal. You could be, but honestly, when do you think you could see ladies are making a stand in the world of professional hockey league? And so you don't think here's
the problem. No, never.
Okay.
Never. It's not going to happen in my lifetime or yours. The issue isn't about not being able to do the job. The issue is having the strength to hire females in sports. And they just, you saw the locker room behavior. They laugh at women. Like that permeates the whole sports ecosystem. I'm going to say never. You ain't seeing it. Just saying.
Well, Digit,
I know we can coach. I know women can coach. They can
Justin,
coach. They can coach well.
You worked with Digit. You've probably seen backstage Digit coaching and
Jesus! Don't tell him, Justin. Don't tell him.
And listening to Taylor Swift because Digit is a Swiftie and all that. Okay, is there a difference? Is there a difference between and you've seen men coach? Okay, Digit has coached great hockey teams. I'm sure you've coached terrible hockey teams that turned them into great hockey teams and all that. But honestly, once you're a coach, aren't you a coach? It doesn't matter if you're male, female, or a frog. All right? It doesn't matter. It matters once you're a coach, you're always a coach.
Yeah.
And Digit was a great coach. You have to remember, before the Toronto Six, spent a long time at Providence College. So
that would be Brown.
Sorry, Brown. My bad.
You don't remember that? Come on.
Sorry, you live in Providence. That's where my head was at. But you know what?
That's right. That's okay. I knew what you meant.
Yeah. So spent a long time there before coming to the Toronto Six, and was such a fun coach to work with. So a coach's a coach. But yeah, I think she's right that the ecosystem, the way it works today, yeah, they laugh at women. So it's terrible, but it's the truth. And it when I saw that video, I was disgusted, but that is reality. So what's going to change? Like, sure, Jessica Campbell is an assistant coach of the Seattle Kraken. Is she ever going to get past that? Probably not.
We'll see a women coach in the NBA before we'll see a women coach in hockey, just because the NBA has a much more diverse mindset when it comes to people in general, right? I mean, we've got a more diverse color scheme in basketball. I mean, hockey, it's a very elite, white bread, vanilla style people that play it. So I really don't think that we're going to have a lot of diversity on the bench in the way to male and female, because I think the league's values will reflect who they choose to do things. So, but I just want to get back to the laughing thing. A couple things. I think people laugh when they're nervous. Okay, and I think it was really unfair to have the president say that to the team, because I think that at the end of the day, they're hyped up. Like they're all fired up. They're like, they got Cash Patel in there doing his thing. Everyone's like, oh, the bro culture is happening. And then that happens. They're gonna laugh because who knows? Maybe I don't think the women would have, but I don't want to put it past them either. But that's not the point. The point is what happened after, and that's what I'm so upset with from a leadership perspective. Like, anyone that listens to that recording says, oh my God, did I sound like a jackass or what? And they just go, hey guys, like, imagine if the whole team was like, that was not a reflection of our actions. We 1000% respect women, and we apologize. We wouldn't even be talking about it right now. The fact that they can't apologize is what people are all fired up for, and it tells you where it stands between men and women and the respect for each other. Okay, that was another thing I had to get off my chest.
We're joined by Angie here. Angie, hi. Well, I'm gonna ask all of you guys a question here. Okay, you mentioned laughing. They laugh at the ladies and all that. Justin, I take you to the White House. You bring me McDonald's. You bring the president of the provinces of Canada McDonald's. Once I won a gold medal. You know what? They didn't even talk to me. I'm a cheapskate, but I wouldn't even bring them McDonald's. All right. First of all, it's not kosher. Second of all, it's McDonald's. Wow, isn't that? Look, aren't you laughing when you look at the NHL players, gold medal winners, go to the White House, and hey, Angie, Digit, pass a chicken McNugget. All right, pass some fries, pass a Big Mac. Okay, isn't that funny? Isn't that stupid? It's stupidity, but yet it gets away with it. He doesn't understand, and I don't want to talk about president and all that, but when you take and it's an honor that the U.S. did something this year, 2 weeks ago, that they've never done in the history of hockey. Men winning, ladies winning, and like I said, Angie was in here. Like I said before, they control, and I dare I say this because people are going to kill me, they control hockey. The United States of America controls hockey. Controls hockey. Justin, I'm saying this all honesty because I'm deporting you to Bangladesh because they control hockey. You knew everything about hockey. Now I don't know. Angie, what do you say? You first of all, Digit, Angie requested she was supposed to come on a little later. She goes, Digit's on. I want to do a show.
All right. Woo!
But she's wearing the wrong jersey, all right? I know you're wearing a Darcy Tucker jersey, and I don't want to see Darcy Tucker. Yeah, see, like, look, how do I know this? How do I know this? Our Darcy Tucker jersey, maybe, talk amongst yourselves. Maybe I could get Darcy and Shane on here.
Because maybe this is what we need. Maybe the Leafs need some more tough skin in the game. And you know what? I'm hoping that we get some change on the NHL trade deadline because we need it. What's happening now is not working, hasn't been working. So shake it up, change it. Let's go.
Let's go. All right.
I think that part of when you build the team, it should be battle tested already. And I think the trade deadline, see if you can get someone that's good, but no one's going to give away their best players. I think that it's a time to just kind of reflect and maybe load up on some of those depth players that might make you stronger in the playoffs. But I think I don't think if we're relying on
trade.
Oh,
it's
perfect.
It's a great segue because we have a breaking trade here. And dare I say, because every year this happened, they go to the Stanley Cup with this guy and lose. So Justin, the trade breaker who cut his hair today, go ahead, Justin. Give everybody a breaking trade.
Corey Perry is going from the Los Angeles Kings to the Tampa Bay Lightning. The return is a second-round pick.
A second-round pick for a 50-year-old. Okay, come on. Corey Perry, how old's Corey Perry? Maybe look him up, Justin. Corey Perry's like at least 44 years old. A second-round pick for a 44-year-old? That means McMahon should get 3 first-round picks for the Maple Leafs. Sorry, Digit, I'm fired up. I'm going to get in trouble, and I don't care no more. All right? I don't care no more. I'm with Digit Murphy, the female version of Don Cherry. I'm with Justin Levine, who cut his hair, who did a great job cutting his hair, and Angie Tucker. All right? So, look, I'm on with these people. Now,
Angie Tucker.
Bradford Living has nothing. He has done nothing. Come on. It's 2.5 hours left till the trade deadline. Bradford Living, you have done nothing. If I was you, I would fire you yesterday. I would bring back Daryl Sittler in charge. Man, come on. And do I have to say, first of all, I got to say this. This has been bothering me. I haven't done a show in a long time. Craig Berube, 2 months ago, Justin, you could confirm this. It looked like he was attacked by 6 gangsters. All right, it looked like he was attacked by 6 gangsters. He had all this. He puts whatever he has now, and it looks now he went to Florida for a tanning bed or whatever. No wonder they haven't. The coach is in the tanning bed. What is going on with this team in Toronto here? What are you laughing for? It's true. Now,
hey,
Justin,
I don't care if Toronto loses. I'm happy they're losing.
We already know, so it's okay.
It's so sad.
Montreal.
It is so sad.
But I work for the Leafs, so I've got some skin in the game. But I don't know. I'm not sure what they're going to do today. There's a rumor out there from Darren Jager who said, unless there's a sudden change, Toronto prefers the picks expected in a trade return for McMahon over an extension. Signing McMahon could be revisited in the summer, which I think most of us figured would be the case. So it sounds like they're going to do something today. They just haven't found the right trade partner yet, but something will come.
Yeah, something will come. You know what it is, Digit? A bunch of 7th-round picks. All right, a bunch of 7th-round picks for 2060. Then they'll maybe go in the 2nd round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right.
Can I just say something? I really think that men's sports has gotten really boring and predictable, and I think that if they started to take a page out of how women do things, they could change it up. Like, for example, what about doing things like you have to trade a certain top level player? Like, start adding rules in that actually make people pay attention. Like, no one's freaking paying attention to this. This is boring. It's 7th round picks. It's people don't understand it. It's like, oh, a 2nd round. Who the hell cares? This is like all the boys playing with their battleship games and figuring it out, all their stats that no one gives a crap about. If you want to now engage other people, aka women, in the conversation, start making the rules a little more digestible and less having to pay attention to the nuts ass details, because we don't care about that. We don't have enough time. If you want more women paying attention to women's sports, start making it a little more female friendly, a little more exciting, because quite frankly, the draft trade in men's hockey is boring. It's just boring. Boring. My opinion, boring. Make it more,
Justin,
make it have teeth.
There's
no teeth. There's no teeth.
Did you're not wrong. Especially a day like today, it's mostly just going to be picks. We know that. It's teams restocking their cupboards. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah,
no one's going to care about the draft. Make it more exciting.
You talk about playing games and all that. If I wasn't doing a live show here, I would be definitely playing MLB The Show that just came out today. Come on. MLB The Show is big. Anyways, let's talk about how much is too much. There's a salary cap that started 10 years ago at 50 million. Now that's 100 and something million. Poor teams like Florida, who never do anything but just win the Stanley Cup now, are there. And by the way, I guarantee Florida is not making the Stanley Cup. Maybe Tampa will.
Well, there we go. Wow.
I'm going on the line.
You're going out on a limb there in last freaking place. You're so smart, Joe. I love that you're picking the winners like you do and losers. Give us some real information.
You want information? I'll tell you this. The Maple Leafs will not make the playoffs also. How about that?
There we go. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
I'll go. I just spoke to Josh Allen. The Buffalo Sabres will make the playoffs for the first time in 14 years.
And maybe the finals.
You said the Buffalo Sabres.
I said the Sabres, not the Bills. Leave me alone.
Okay.
Let the Bills rest. All right. By the way, Buffalo has a thing with MLSE, Justin. By the way, Digit, he's working with MLSE. Let me ask Justin a question. No. Forget about good. Since I work for Digit Murphy, also, I'm like,
don't get him in trouble. Don't get Justin in trouble. No. Don't get him in trouble.
You're an MLSE. Do you ever talk about Digit Murphy, about her coaching, even the Marlies? Come on, you're an MLSE. You have big stock in MLSE.
I got no stock at all. I'm just a number of an employee, and that's
cheapskate. You didn't even buy me a McDonald's hamburger when I went to the White House. Come on. All right.
I got no stock in it at all.
If MLSE calls you, okay, I'm just saying, if MLSE calls you, and would you even listen to them? And say, we want you for a job here. We're going to pay blah, blah, blah. Would you even listen?
Listen, I listen to everyone. I think that any organization in the NHL that wants to have real insight into women's hockey, women's fans, I would absolutely love it, because it's about making a difference, and it's about growing a different audience, and it's making an impact. And what people really don't understand, and it drives me crazy, is sports was created as an educational tool to teach leadership. And if you kind of infuse that mindset into how you execute and implement sports, it can work. So yes, any team that wants to say, we want to use my IP, use my brain, because, there ain't many years left. I'm on the back nine, people, to help grow the game in different ways that will have more impact. So absolutely, I'll talk to anyone, because clearly I have an opinion.
Yeah, okay, so here, and I'm going to keep you for another 5 minutes. And I know, Angie, do you have any questions about Digit Murphy, so we could keep her for 10 minutes? You go 5, I'll go 5. But Angie, do you have any questions for Digit Murphy?
I do not. I mean, I agree with everything she said.
See, now everything has to go around me again. All right. So listen.
You just want me to talk? I'll just talk if you want.
No, Digit. Let's go here. Everybody knows you and loves you. Like I said, the female version.
Well, not everyone loves me, but that's okay. I don't want everyone to love me.
If they don't love you, tell them to come to the president of the province of Canada. I'll throw a cheeseburger at them. All right, come on. Now look, here we go. Digit, let me ask you this: what are you doing nowadays? and we are part of. Since Angie's not going to say it, we're part here. We also have female empowerment movement. You're more than welcome to do a show with them. Even take some of your shows and let's put it on the Fem Network, which we can be seen by over like 150 million people are watching Justin's haircut. They have some comments. I'll tell you about them later. But did you tell everybody what you're doing now?
So I got I do a lot of consulting right now for people who do want to hear about the other side of women's sports. It's not just hockey, it's all sports. I work for a private equity firm called Slice Sports, and we work on, we have an operational model that actually helps women's sports drive revenue in new, innovative, creative, and different ways. And the way that we raise capital is through special purpose vehicles. Without getting into any details, basically we will take a women's sports property and prop it up so that they will cash flow positive and you will have an ROI on their investment. That's number one. And actually it's really funny because in college I studied business, and everyone's like, oh, you studied business, what are you doing coaching? Well, coaching is business, you're your own CEO, but this really has kind of awakened the business person in me. So that's number one. Number two, you'll see a lot of thought leadership that I'm doing on LinkedIn. My goal is to get more women jobs in sports. So I've done some Zoom and networking sessions with those young women and older women who want to get into sports, and we try to network them into spots. So I'm doing that. I do coaches Zooms. I do college kids Zooms. I try to impact as much of a broad base of a community as I can, because I think if you have a voice in women's sports, you have to use it. You have to say what you mean and mean what you say, and you have to live your truth. And basically, what am I doing? I live my truth every day, and I get up in the morning, shot out of a cannon, and I'm pretty pumped to do that. And doing some speaking gigs. So if anyone wants, people want to hire me as a speaker, I do that kind of stuff too. I'm living my best life. I'm living my best life. I got 2 grandchildren. I got 6 kids. So I'm having a fun time. Yeah, that's what I do.
So again, and you're happier than you've ever been, right? Since you met the president of the province of Canada.
It's really about you, Joe. I mean, if I hadn't met you, I probably wouldn't be as happy as I am.
I know, this is why you're on here. I could have had so many people on here, but this is I need my ego boosted. Come on. All right, so did honestly, and a lot of fans are asking when's going to be the next Digit Murphy show on the Fem Network. So I know you're doing a bunch of shows, and Angie takes them and puts them up and all that. But check them out, because I know we have signed a lucrative deal, much like an NHL free agent, like $3 or something like that. Yeah, maybe get you a Big Mac. So there you go.
I'd like to know what your viewers want to hear. I'd like to know what your viewers want to hear, because as you know, I can talk about everything.
Here we got some questions. We got some questions here. First of all,
are you sure you have questions?
Yeah, we do have. No, we do. A guy named Scott loves Justin's haircut, so that's Scott's friend. That's Justin's friend. I don't know who Scott is. And he says, Digit, I'd like to hear more on how you would change the National Hockey League, make it more competitive balance. Right now, there's the trade deadline. You guys are always every year. You're talking about 4 or 5 teams making the trades, making no trades, making whatever. But how would you make it more balanced? And do you really think the PWHL can survive in 7 years?
Oh, I have to think a little bit more on the NHL.
Don't get yourself in trouble about PWHL, all right?
Wow. Like, I think that ship has sailed. I think I've been in trouble with them since, they ordered the word PWHPA or whatever. I mean, I'm just a realist. I tell it like it is. And I think sometimes people that has goals and dreams and hopes, like, they're all afraid to say what the real truth is. And I never have been. So that ship has sailed. I think for the NHL, I think you're going to think I'm crazy, but I know you want to make it more balanced, but I would change some of the rules to make it more fun and exciting.
They do it with football all the time. The NFL always.
I would put my signature 2-point shot in. Like, that's what I would do. We played it once. It's something that I have on my mind. It's something I will do. In probably 2027, we're going to roll out a hockey product. So stay tuned. But I think it would change the rules. I think I would make it. I would do things like maybe take players off the ice, figure out power plays to be different. I don't know, maybe take 2 players off. I don't know. Something that has more goal scoring in it, and then kind of look at the rosters that you're making around more speed in the game. And I don't know how to make it more fair, because it's all about money. So you really would have to look at a business model, because certain markets are not as lucrative as others. It's just there's a lot of complications. So I'm not really sure. Maybe split the divisions and make them play certain schedules that are different. I don't know. But as far as the PWHL, I certainly hope so. Here's what I think is happening, and I'll just say it. I think everyone does not watch women's sports. I think they're spending a lot of money, like a lot of women's sports have done in the past and have gotten into a lot of trouble. I think what they're trying to do under one leader is drive the valuations up of the franchises. And I think if that happens, the new owners coming in that pay a top dollar for the valuations of these teams are going to end up holding the bag. And it could happen that maybe in the next 7 years it lasts. But then if you shift over to private ownership, you may have a problem. If you always have one billionaire funding the league and they don't care if they make money or not, you're gonna last. Okay. If you have billionaires playing their little battleship game, like I talked about earlier with the boys, doing that, you'll always survive, because they don't care if they lose money. So, it really depends on the people who start to own the league, and if it's going to be mission driven or value driven, or if it's just going to be money driven. So I don't have a crystal ball. I hope it survives, because I hope hockey survives. But I truly think that you can make a difference with the sport of hockey that people haven't really thought about how we can help communities. So I think there's a community-based model out there that's going to work in the future. So if I have anything to do with hockey, that's what I would do.
I love that.
Okay, I'll stop.
The community aspect of it, and maybe especially for Toronto, lower some tickets for some games. Make it accessible for people to go to a game. It's cheaper for me to hop on a flight and go over to the States and watch a game than it is to go downtown Toronto. It's ridiculous. Justin, let the MLSC team know.
Again, I got
Aren't they sold out?
No skin in that game, but I know a lot of people go down to Buffalo for that exact reason, because it's cheaper to watch a game there than it is here, and that's unfortunate, but it is the way that hockey's become.
Okay, so I got 2 final questions, and then I'll let Digit. We're pleased to have Digit here. 2 final questions from fans. So, Digit, a lot of talk during the Olympics was 3-on-3. Do you like it, or for an Olympic medal, gold medal, silver medal, bronze medal, would that change your opinion? You could have it during the regular season or whatever, but for any championship, would you still play 3-on-3? That's the question from Mike Stevens.
So again, the traditionalists are gonna be mad at me, but no, I think you definitely go 3-on-3. I think it's exciting, and you got to win in 5-on-5. That's it. And I don't want a game that's going to go forever and ever and ever. Okay, that's part of the game. You just have to, as a coach, understand that that's the rule, and you build your team around it. We sit here, wow, we lost because it was 3-on-3. No, have the right people out there. And if you have to say, hey, Joe Schmo down there, you're not as fast, you're going to sit the bench, and you only go with 9 people. You go with 9 people. And that's where I think people, this hindsight's always 2020. Well, they lost. It should be 5-on-5. No, it's 3-on-3. You knew the rules going in. That's how you should do it. And I like it. I like 3-on-3. I like fast. I like action.
Yeah.
Larry Timmons wants to know, Digit, who's your pick for the Stanley Cup and the Walter this season?
Ooh, thank you for asking that question. God, the Stanley Cup, Boston Bruins. Just kidding. I know. I always say Boston Bruins because it's my favorite team.
My dad.
I love Tampa's one of my other teams in general, so I'm just going to say Tampa, even though they probably won't. But I'm going to pick Tampa because I don't want to put the juju on it, the bad juju. I like Cooper. I like Tampa. My friends have season tickets. I've been to several games. Nah, I can't do it. And the other team I really love that that hasn't been getting much love in the past, or is the Vegas. I like Vegas because I like Bruce Cassidy. So I'm just going to stick with my old favorites, even though I may be wrong. I'm probably going to be wrong. PW, though, interesting. I think it's hard to not pick Boston because they are just so good and they're on a roll.
Their
And I think
goalie's
they have
amazing.
great players. Yeah, and I think Keller's a great leader. I think Nider leaving there allowed people like Keller to step up, and I think those expansion teams out there need another couple of years. I hate to go against Montreal because I've got several players on there, but I think Boston's got the firepower to beat them. I like Ottawa. I do like Ottawa. I like them, but I don't think they're going to win. So I'm going to say Boston. That's going to be Boston Montreal final. I don't think
Final question.
I said the same thing. I said the same thing because I think that both of those teams have the firepower to get the job done. But when it comes to, to the final and what's really going to happen, yeah, I think you're right. I think Boston could very well take down Montreal.
I think Montreal could win. I just want to say one thing about Montreal. One more thing. I think they don't have the right lines in Montreal. I think when Poulin was out of the lineup and they scored all those goals, so when they mixed it up a little bit, I think they play that one top line way too much, and that's really easy to neutralize during the playoffs. So, yeah, that's why they're going to lose. I think they could win. I think Davienne's an awesome goalie, too.
She is, yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a goalie battle when it comes down to it.
By the way, Marie-Philippe Poulin disagrees. I love that name. All right, final question for Digit, and this comes from Patricia.
You keep saying final question. I know.
Yeah. This comes from Patricia, her fan, and Angie. How's Joe's hair doing today? Anyways, Justin, make the comment.
It's actually good.
Hair? It's actually, what are you complaining about? Usually my hair is crap or what? You should see this. You know what? I have to give the attention to Sarah Nurse. I'm using her person.
I was waiting for when that was going to come. I was waiting for the
Sarah Nurse. Sarah Nurse, and I love she can do hockey, she can do entertainment, she can do this, but she can't do the Fired Up or Femme Network. I invite you on here anytime, and if I have to bribe Justin to come on here, be with Sarah. Is Sarah Nurse a diva, Justin?
I don't know her well enough to comment on that, so maybe let's ask the real women's hockey expert in the room, and that's Digit.
No, it's Angie.
She's young. I've never met her.
All right, Digit. Anything else you want to say here? I'm glad you broke like 3 trades here, but go ahead,
no,
Digit.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. Thank you for having me. Find me at Digit Murphy LinkedIn. I love to spread the good word about sports and women's sports in general. I just want to say thank you for having me on the show. It's really fun to do it, Joe. I appreciate you so much. And to keep me in the game, and that you guys care. And Justin, Angie, you're in good hands with Joe. He does a great job. Let's just keep building these building blocks and building the foundation of sports and talking about what's the whole thing, good or bad. If you're talking about things, you're making a difference. So
that's right.
I appreciate you guys, Joe. Well, thank you for having me. Thanks for having me.
Exactly.
Thanks, Didge.
Go to McDonald's and have a Big Mac on me, okay, Didge?
All right.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Take care. Have a good one.
Wait, let's take a picture. Let's take a picture. I'll put this on my LinkedIn. Ready? Joe, look at the camera.
I am looking. Where am I?
I got it.
Come on.
I got a good picture. I'll send it to you guys.
There you go. That's Digit.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Digit.
Take care. Have a good one, Didge.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Digit. That's Digit. One of the best in hockey, like I said, the female version of Don Cherry, and we're proud.
Seriously, now that you said that, I can't stop. I can't not think that. You're right.
By the way, we have another thing to talk about on the NHL front.
Okay, go ahead.
The Seattle Kraken have signed Captain Jordan Eberle to a 2-year deal with a cap of $5.5 million per year.
Now, wait a minute. I gotta say this to Angie. Angie, he mentions Elliot Friedman and all that. Justin Levine is Fired Up Network's Elliot Friedman, and he's Jewish too. And maybe, him and there's only one difference between Elliot Friedman and Justin Levine. You know what it is?
The difference is that Elliot is better than I am.
No, that difference is Elliot makes more money than you. All right? That's it.
There's 2 differences.
Now, Justin, Justin, in a couple minutes, we'll be joined by broadcasting legend, and I know Angie's fired up for this one. Stormin Norm Rumack will be joining us in just a couple minutes, and then in 20 minutes later, we'll be joined by Rod Mahood. We'll be talking about. I'm surprised when I wanted Rod Mahood on here. He's the king of Ontario Hockey League. He knows all these players and all that. I'm surprised that there weren't enough trades yet about youngsters who play in OHL, who play in these other leagues, WHL and all that. He would know all this. So hopefully as trades come more and Rod Mahood, who hosts his own show, and Angie will be coming back later on during the show here in about an hour's time. We'll also be joined by Taylor Woods and the Smalls and everything like that. And hopefully I could get you with the Smalls, Angie, because they're rich and we need some sponsors and everything like that. And Justin, okay, you work for MLSE. Can't you throw some numbers that I could talk to somebody in MLSE, because they make $74 billion a minute? Come on.
I don't work in the corporate angle of the company. I'm just an employee, so I got no skin.
And we got a couple minutes before Nora, and I don't want to put you
Before
on the
I go, though, I will leave you guys with an updated trade. Did you guys talk about the Blackhawks trade? Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's something really funny about that trade, actually. Nick was on the phone with his brother about half an hour before the trade broke publicly and said, I got traded. His brother said, congrats. And then Nick was like, I'll see you in an hour.
Angie doesn't know they play on the same team now. Two brothers play on the same team.
So that's how I found out where he was going, which I thought was really cool.
That is cool.
Angie, I want you to stay on for one more minute, because I want to come, not to put him on the spot. He has a great career, Justin. Tell everybody when you started, Digit got you the job. We talked, and I had to massage her to get you the job, but you were Toronto 6, and then you tried out for Blue Jays, and now you're working for MLSE and all that. And how old are you, Justin?
I'm 24, and I've been working in sports for a better part of 6-7 years.
24 years old, and he's gone working in sports. And this guy, you see the sources he has, he can tell you, and I compared it to Elliot Friedman. All joking aside, he is just as good as Elliot Friedman, comes cheaper than Elliot Friedman, but just as good as Elliot Friedman.
I don't know about that one, but appreciate the compliment.
Well, I know you come cheaper because Elliot Friedman you can't afford. All right, so not even you can afford Elliot Friedman. Angie, maybe her and her RVs and everything like that. If you need a question about the RVs, Justin, have you ever gone to a Backstreet Boy concert?
No.
Have you ever wanted to go?
Yeah, they were here last summer, I think, and I really wanted to go. But
they were here in Vegas. They were here in Vegas, and I gave Angie. She was in Vegas. I gave her one ticket, and she didn't return my call. But before you go, Ange, I gotta say hello to the broadcasting legend, the haircut guy who just got it a couple days ago, Norm Rumack. Norm, say hi to Justin and Angie on trade deadline day. Norm, you haven't missed anything.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but anyway, I know you told me that Angie's there, which I can see. It's always good to see Angie. Hi, Ange, how are you? And Mark is there.
Not Mark,
Mark.
It's Justin.
That's Justin.
Justin.
Hey, what's going on?
But I'm out, guys. I will catch you later. Let's hope there are some.
Hold on, show Norm your shirt. Your shirt.
Look at my shirt, Norm. What do you think?
Wow.
Can you guess
A
who the
throwback.
player is? Can you guess?
A retro jersey. Oh, very nice. Looks good, Angie.
Turn around, Ange. Turn around.
Who's the player? Can you guess?
Wendell Clark.
Okay, pretty good guess. No, it is.
Oh, Darcy Tucker. Okay.
Tucker. We need more Darcy Tucker.
He's a pretty energetic player, that's for sure.
Norm, do you have any stories about Darcy Tucker before she leaves?
Joe, I'm just going to guess because I can't hear a word you're saying.
Why?
I can't. You might as well be whispering. I can't hear a word you're saying.
He asked if you have any stories about Darcy Tucker.
Well, stories. What kind of stories are you looking for?
He can't hear me.
He has so many. Ooh. Okay, we will have to continue
get this one quickly.
Okay, what's your favorite story or memory or chat with Darcy Tucker?
Well, just hanging around with him and Shane Corson at Shane's golf tournament up in Muskoka when he had it about 25 years ago. It was we had a lot of fun.
Aw, awesome. Well, have a lot of fun for the rest of the day. I will catch you guys a little bit later, okay?
Sounds good. Good seeing you, Angie.
Take care, guys.
All right, she'll be back in about an hour's time. Norm, can you hear me?
No, I can't.
Okay, Justin, maybe you want to.
I can't hear a word, Joe. There's some way of rebooting this. That would be great, but I can't hear a word.
Go ahead, Justin.
Ask him. Yeah, I'm not sure how productive this conversation
sounds like you're whispering
here. So
can you hear Justin?
Can you hear me at all?
All right. No. All right, Norm. I bid you adieu then. I bid you adieu. Thanks
What's
for
that?
your 3 minutes. Bye-bye. I don't know.
I don't know what you're saying, but whatever it is, I'm sure it's interesting.
All right, let's
all right, well,
Norm, we'll talk later. All right. Let's get so it's around 1:00, right? 2 hours before the trade deadline. Maybe you want to recap all the trades thus far in the National Hockey League while we
so if we go back to last night, we've got Logan Stanley and Luke Shen from Winnipeg to Buffalo. Also last night, Sam Carrick from New York to Buffalo after he was scratched from the game against Toronto. And then at around midnight, Connor Garland was traded from Vancouver to Columbus. Then David Perron was traded from Ottawa to Detroit, a place he's been before. Earlier in the day, Nick Waugh had been traded from Toronto to Colorado. And then today we got John Carlson going from Washington to Anaheim for a conditional first in 26 or 27 and a 2027 third. Nick Foligno was traded from Chicago to Minnesota to play with his brother for future considerations. Corey Perry was dealt from LA to Tampa for a second-round pick. And Bobby Brink was traded for David Jiricek in a trade between Philadelphia and Minnesota. And then between that, a couple of extensions. Jordan Eberle, a 2-year extension worth $5.5 million with Seattle. And I believe there was also an extension in Seattle with Nedeljkovic, if I'm saying that correctly.
Yes.
I will check that one. Give me 1 second. Seattle Kraken. If I'm saying that correctly, this was an extension. Where is it? They might have actually removed it from their own feed, which was probably the right thing to do. Well, it's not official yet. I think they've removed it, so we're still waiting.
All right, so I just this is not going to happen, but I've just been.
Sorry, it was the San Jose Sharks, not the Seattle Kraken. Alex Nedeljkovic is staying in San Jose, 2 years, $3 million.
So there's a little bit of whispers. I'm just got a text here that I don't think it's going to happen today, but could Austin Matthews be traded to the Los Angeles Kings? I'm hearing Austin Matthews to the Kings for 2 unprotected first, 1 second, 1 third draft pick, and another player coming back to the Maple Leafs. Would you do that on trade deadline day, or would you do that maybe in the summer? That's what this person has texted me. Your thoughts?
I would not trade him at all. He's your captain and your most important, valuable piece. So no, I wouldn't do it at all. Well, not even a consideration.
All right, so that's the latest I hear about Austin Matthews. Did you hear anything about more Maple Leaf stuff going on?
Nope, it's very quiet right now. So I think it's gonna be this way at least until probably 2 p.m. and then that's probably when it's gonna pick up again. That's usually what happens on these trade deadline days.
Yeah, that's usually what happens on the trade deadline. You know what, Justin, you've been great. I'll give you a couple minutes. We'll be back here in about 2 minutes. I'm gonna just play some music here. Hopefully, can get some music. Hopefully, because we may have some technical difficulties. But Justin, don't move from there. We'll We'll see you in a couple minutes. It's right now 12:58. We'll be back around 1:01 p.m. Justin, take a drink and all that. You've been doing great work since we started. We'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Fired Up Network. All right, we're back here on the Fired Up Network. NHL trade deadline day, 2 hours till the deadline strikes, and teams will have to go what what they've done so far in the NHL trade deadline. Again, 3 p.m. Eastern is the deadline. Trades will trickle in till about 4:30. We'll try to stay on till about 4:30 here. So you're watching the Fired Up Network. FiredUpNetwork.ca is our website. Download us on Roku. Yes, Roku, where you could watch all of our programming. So watch us right now live and watch other shows like the Blue Jays Strike Zone, the NHL Experience, NHL Lowdown, on the Matt Wrestling Show, all sorts of other shows. Plus, we got the FEM Network, Female Empowerment Movement, where you got health and wellness and everything like that. We're joined by what I call the Elliot Freeman of the Fired Up Network, Justin Levine here, where so far not a lot has happened in the National Hockey League. Trade deadline. I know it's going to pick up. We're 1 o'clock now. Like I said, 3 o'clock is the deadline, and the trades will be trickling in. Biggest move, I would say, Foligno going to his brother's team, Minnesota. Here, any other trades thus far that you can see of, Justin?
No trades right now, but there's women's hockey news.
Okay, go ahead.
Megan Keller from the Boston Fleet has partnered with the U.S. NHL Foundation for a $100,000 donation to two girls hockey organizations of her choosing to help grow girls and women's hockey as part of International Women's Day.
Yes, and that International Women's Day is on Sunday, March 8th. So all you guys give some flowers, candy, chocolate to the special lady in your life, be it your girlfriend, be it your sister, be it your mom, be it your grandma. Go out there and there. And I just want to say one other thing. Justin does not know this. Our colleague, Mark Everett Kelly, two-time Emmy Award winner from ESPN. His mom's passed away a couple days ago. Sincerely, condolences to him, his family, and everything like that. And especially hard it hits him because a couple days, March 8th, is his birthday. So, Mark, we're thinking about you. All the best, and you're welcome anytime to come on here. He's doing a great job with the NFL, and then we'll have them on when baseball season starts and all that. But special shout out to Mark Everett Kelly, the two-time Emmy Award winner who just lost his mom. I know what it's like to lose a loved one. Lost 11, lost 8 months. So mother, father, uncle, and all that. So, but I digress with that. But again, our hearts and sympathies are going out to you, Mark Everett Kelly. And again, if I don't talk to you, happy birthday on Sunday, March 8th. All right, so let's. I've been texting a couple of my sources within MLSC, and I'm gonna specifically. I read about Austin Matthews, but here's another thing that. 1 second, I'm just gonna pull it up here. What I find interesting in him, what he says here is that the Maple Leafs are kicking tires, looking to move McMahon, especially Lawton. He thinks that Lawton will be moved first, and they just may get a first round pick, if not a second round pick for Lawton. Matthew Nyes, he's not going to be drilled today, but Matthew Nyes is really shaken up about this because Matthew Nyes has been getting very good advice from Lawton here. Matthew Nyes looks up to Lawton as well. Now, another thing that I should mention here, Easton Cowan. Austin Matthews has requested from now on to play with Easton Cowan on the line. Should be interesting to see because the Leafs play Tampa tomorrow here at the Scotiabank Arena. Of course, Tampa's in first place. And let's see what Tampa does because I think the two teams that we always hear on trade deadline, always, and Tampa's in their championship contender, and Carolina gets to the Eastern Conference Final every year, but doesn't get past it. They need a little bump. Carolina needs a bump here. And I don't think that Buffalo is at the end there also. I would think that, and Kadri wants to be moved from Calgary. Calgary wants to trade Kadri, but Kadri wants to move from Calgary, and it looks like he wants to go back to Colorado, or he wants to play for Montreal. Justin, we established that you're a fan of the Montreal Canadiens. What do you say about that?
I do have a little bit of insight I can share on Nazem Kadri, which is that he does have interest in returning to Colorado. However, Calgary Flames ownership has blocked that from happening. So it will not be the Avalanche where he lands by 3 p.m. today. But another team interested in his services and has been for a number of weeks now is the Montreal Canadiens. What would it take to make that happen? I don't know. Could Patrick Laine be involved? Perhaps. I could see that happening. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Now, Patrick Laine, let's face it, he goes from the Austin Matthews draft, pick second, to where is he now? And some people, and I don't want to start controversy, but that's what my name is. Some people have said he's been thrown off the team of Montreal. He's been injured. He's not injured. Thrown off the team, I would say, is that hasn't happened either. But they don't have a future for Patrick Laine, and I don't know what to say about that. Patrick Laine, I'll take him as a Maple Leaf, but like, who doesn't have something in store for Patrick Laine? Is this guy completely gone down the rail?
I don't know, because he's still a very likable, very productive player, but there just doesn't seem to be a place where he can really solidify himself for whatever the reason is. Where I thought Montreal would be that place, but given the fact that he's been involved in all these trade rumors, I don't know. I'm not really sure what to make of it. It doesn't really make sense to me. I actually thought Montreal was going to be kind of a long-term home for him for whatever time he's got left in the NHL at this point. So I'm disappointed. I feel for him, and I don't know. I don't really understand it. So I don't know what to make of what today's going to bring for him.
All right, so let's go through all Canadian teams here in the National Hockey League. Right now, I expected to be joined by Norm for a little bit, but he couldn't hear us or whatever. The next guest is going to be, Rod Mahood from Niagara. Hopefully, we have him on at around 1:30 p.m., so about 20 minutes. But let's talk about some, all the Canadian teams. Okay, we talked about Toronto. We talked about Montreal. We haven't talked, throughout the show, we haven't talked about Ottawa. Ottawa's fighting for its place here in the Atlantic Division. What do you think Ottawa does for the next 2 hours, I guess?
I don't know. Ottawa's in a weird place, but it's because they're in a middle ground between, rebuild and a team that actually is serious about where the direction of which they're going. So I don't know what to take from that. I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're going to stand idle, but a depth move never hurts anyone. So that could be interesting. Is that where Patrick Laine ends up? It would be a weird spot that would not be on my bingo card, but you never know. So I don't know. I could see them making one move, but they're never really a proactive team because they're usually not the competitive type of team at this point in the year, but they are right now. So I don't know. I really don't know what to expect from Ottawa. This is a situation they're never usually that involved in. So I'm kind of curious to see what they do.
All right, a team who went much like Florida, back-to-back winning the Stanley Cups, but back-to-back going to the Stanley Cup and losing. We haven't talked about this team, the Edmonton Oilers. They did some moves prior to the deadline today, but do you expect Edmonton to do anything, a goalie, maybe another defenseman or anything like that to get back to the third consecutive Stanley Cup and maybe get over the hump and winning it?
Yeah, I think adding another defender wouldn't hurt. I don't exactly have a specific name to share that's out there right now. I don't know. I'm not really sure, but it kind of sounded yesterday as if Scott Bowman had said, like, this was it. I'm done. So yeah, I'm led to believe that that's probably true, that Edmonton will not do anything else today because, this is not a team that is looking at the same way at the market that Toronto is and saying, give me whatever packages you got and let's take a look. I think Edmonton's mentality is we're done and let's just see how the rest of the year goes. So I don't know. Defense is always a good thing to have when things are shaky, and Edmonton's been a little bit shaky, but they're still in a really good place. So I don't know. They're probably not going to do anything. Calgary, again, it comes down to Nazem Kadri, right? And according to David Pagnotta, who works for the fourthperiod.com. I can actually share this right now. He says he's told the Canadians have circled back with the Flames on Kadri. Talks continue. Some chatter Line could be in play here if it gets to the finish line. So, like I said, I figured Line a better place for him than Ottawa would be Calgary. And it seems as if that's become reality. So we'll see what happens. But that could be really interesting and giving a little Montreal a little bit more grit and perhaps a little more offensive production than Laine's done recently. And the other thing and when I say done recently, I say that because Laine has spent a good chunk of his time with the Canadians on the IR, unfortunately. But when he's fully healthy, he's fully capable, and I think they want to give him a chance to really have more opportunities. So that's kind of where the trade works here. It gives him more opportunity and gives Kadri another place to chase a cup. So I don't know. I really like that, and we'll see where it goes.
Okay, Winnipeg,
I think they're toast. The second they traded Logan Stanley and Luke Shen last night, they said, we're done. We're not being competitive. We're going to restock the cupboard. And I believe that that's their mentality. So I don't expect Winnipeg to do anything.
So out of these teams that you don't expect to do anything, but do you expect one Western Canadian team to do something before 3 p.m.? And Vancouver, I forgot about Vancouver.
Yeah, we don't even discuss Vancouver. They're just where do you even start with Vancouver? They're just a very, very sad organization. I hate to say that, but that's the truth. So that's just that's as much as I care to comment on them. But yeah, the one team I expect to do something today is Calgary. It sounds like there's anticipation that a Kadri to Montreal deal gets done, and I'm curious to see what that looks like when it's all over.
All right, let's go to an American team. We talked about the Canadian teams. We'll touch about the Canadian teams later on, but let's talk about an American team that I didn't think we're going to be talking about on the worst team in Western Conference, and that's St. Louis.
Yeah, so again, St. Louis is in a weird spot because there's talk on Robert Thomas and Jordan Binnington being dealt. And, in the same way that, we look at the Maple Leafs as a team with strong players who deserve to go somewhere and win, St. Louis is in the same boat with Robert Thomas and Jordan Binnington, both strong players who both have a lot more to offer and should be able to win. So I kind of believe that we're going to see one of the two move today. It's probably going to be Thomas. I think the goaltending market is very, very thin, and you don't want to lose such a top end goaltender because then what does St. Louis have left behind Binnington? And the answer is not much. So I don't think that that's going to happen, but I could see Robert Thomas being dealt today. And the other place I had for him was Montreal. I'm now led to believe that that will not happen. So I don't know if Thomas is lucky, he'll stay, but I think he wants to go chase a cup somewhere. And at this point, I'm not sure what that looks like. Dallas again has been one of the more proactive teams. They got Michael Bunting and Tyler Myers yesterday, and I'm not sure if they're done yet. So that could be an interesting landing spot. So I'm curious to see if maybe that happens. But yeah, I don't know.
Buffalo has to do another move or two, don't you think?
I think so, and that's why my other spot for Robert Thomas, if not Dallas, is Buffalo. I think that he could be a really interesting fit there, and the Sabres have proven to be competitive, and I think that would be the exact kind of market that you want to go into right now. They're exciting, they're winning, it's all going right in there, and they're showing that they're being competitive on the market, getting guys like Stanley, Shen, and Carrick. So those are three really top end players who, in the past, players are really not thrilled about going to Buffalo, but right now that's where everyone wants to go, and it's why it's working. So, yeah, that can be another destination.
All right. And by the way, I want to say two special shout outs because I mentioned I can see them watching here. One is Vernon Wells is watching us. Vernon, if you want to come on and talk hockey, no problem. And Jesse Litch is watching us. So Vernon and Jesse. And baseball just around the corner. We started today, actually, started the World Baseball Classic in Japan. And Otani is up to first pitch, grand slam. Put it this way, 13-0, 7 innings there. And, of course, hopefully good luck to Team Canada and America. America looks very good. Dominican with Vad, they're looking very good also. So, Justin, I know you're a big fan of the Blue Jays. What do you expect? You think the Blue Jays are going to repeat and and bring home a title this year, or just fall short or stuck in a wall. Put it that way, because that's why they lost last year.
Well, I believe in the golden grapefruit, and I don't know if anyone understands that analogy, but the analogy goes back to winning the spring training title, and so far they're not having the hottest spring training, but again, these games don't matter, or they don't count, so I don't know. For me, I believe in the golden grapefruit, and that's part of why last year was so successful. First, they won the grapefruit, then they won the ALDS, then they won the ALCS, so, you know, and
Have
then
you
they
ever
made...
had a golden grapefruit?
I've never had a golden grapefruit, but I believe in the idea of the golden grapefruit. So I think that if they can find a way to lock down the grapefruit, they will find a way to get back to the World Series. So it all starts with spring training.
Is there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Blue Jays now that I'm thinking about it, because every year the Maple Leafs at least give them 2 weeks off, because they win the first round and they never win the second. But even when they win the second, okay, they won once, they had a month off. Okay, now you start the season. I think it's March 27, 28, and
28.
then the Maple Leafs finish April 14, 15. So is there more pressure on the Blue Jays this year because Maple Leafs are not around this year, and that's 2 weeks into the season? Is there going to be more pressure because Maple Leafs are not in it?
I don't think for that reason, but I think it's because, they want to get back to the World Series, and that's enough pressure on its own, right? And so John Schneider has kind of said to them the opposite message, which is don't feel the pressure, just go in, head down, work hard, and win games. But, those who were here last year know how important it is to get back there. And, if you take a look at this roster from where they were to where they are now, this is a stronger, deeper team. So it's possible. It's so I think there's a certain level of pressure there, but these guys are gonna go into the same mentality they had every day, which is go and win a ball game. And look, they play in a tough division. The Orioles have beefed up. The Red Sox have made a couple minor moves. The Yankees haven't done anything. Surprise, surprise. Aside from bringing back Cody Bellinger, so I'm going to say they haven't done anything. So I don't know. And Tampa's Tampa. So I think it's still going to be tough, but it's not going to be that tough. I think Toronto's got the ball in their court. They just have to show it.
All right, that's we're talking about the Blue Jays, but let's get back to a little bit of hockey here, okay? Now, with this trade deadline, there's usually 17, 18, 13 trades, and the 2 to 3 o'clock hour, that's the last hour before here. Now, this has been a nothing. Corey Perry's the biggest name that moved, maybe Foligno, okay? Corey Perry to Tampa, Foligno, they did him a favor to go to Minnesota, playing with his brother and all that. Okay, now, if there's no other player, big player, been moved, how disappointing is this trade deadline, considering every trade deadline, there's about 25 trades?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. This has become a very dull kind of deadline. It's hard to tell where players are going because some of these players, don't want to move, but it's not their choice. This is a business, right? So it's just about finding the right fits. And so when we talk about the right fits, let's take a look at New York here, because there's a report out there saying that the Minnesota Wild were looking at Trocheck, but they are no longer interested. So there will be another suitor for him. And then, aside from that, it's just not very active. But we do know that in Nashville, practice just wrapped up, and players who were not on the ice included Eric Holla, Jonathan Marchessault. Just them. Ryan O'Reilly and Steven Stamkos were on the ice for practice. So, that tells you that they're not being dealt. But yeah, Marchessault and Holla appear up for grabs. Holla, it's very likely just a maintenance day, according to David Pagnotta, but you never know. Things happen. Talk has not been very active on him. Marchessault, on the other hand, he's a guy who kind of goes around this time of year. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. But aside from that, Toronto's expected to trade Bobby McMahon before 3 p.m. We'll see what ends up happening. Aside from that, it's pretty quiet.
Now, what time is it? 1:23. Okay, so about an hour and a half away. Does the trades get better closer to the deadline? What I know you haven't been in the neither have I been in the war room, let's call it, right? But okay, so it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 1:30 now. So we got Bobby McMahon here. Started off with a 6th-round pick, 4th-round pick. Now it's already a 3rd-round pick. When do you say, okay, give us your best deal? Is it before 3 o'clock for sure? But how close by the 3 o'clock deadline?
It's a good question, and it's probably like the last half hour where things really get interesting. So, again, I don't know what to expect. There's another report out there saying that the Canadian Blues are circling back on Robert Thomas, but they're at a standstill. This has been reported earlier in the week as well. So again, this is why I said I'm not led to believe that Thomas will land in Montreal, especially now with the reports that their Kadri is being talked about with Calgary. So, again, I think it's just about finding the right fits, and sometimes that takes till the last minute because, as we know, trades always trickle in after 3 p.m. because they're being discussed, but they're not, official, so to speak. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they get better. I just think that there's more of them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there's more of them, but it's like, and it's funny, you keep on mentioning Robert Thomas, all right? If anybody should be trickling back, it's the Sabres.
Yeah, it should be the Sabres, and I don't think they're done yet. I think there will be one more player. I don't know who that'll be, but I do think that we're in for at least one more player there.
And if I'm the Sabres, I kick the tires on Lawton. I kick hell. I'll even go for Max Domi. A speedy, fast guy, McMahon. Because let's face it, even if they trade for McMahon, they're not going to sign him. All right, but I don't think Buffalo's going to give up a 1st-round pick for 2 months of McMahon. And let's face it, McMahon is not Vince McMahon. He'll probably maybe score you a goal or two, right? So it's like.
Yeah.
It's like that. So it should be interesting to me. I'm surprised Dallas hasn't done anything. Colorado hasn't done anything. And let's face it, Pittsburgh is a team that everybody's surprising that they're in a playoff position. They got Crosby. They got Malkin. Crosby's injured because of the Olympics, but he's going to come back for hopefully a playoff run. So it's, Dubas does something. And, like for that matter, the Islanders also with Lou Lamoriello and New Jersey and all these New York teams, the Rangers, Islanders, and Devils are asleep.
Well, the Rangers, they know they're in a really bad position right now, which is why they're agreeing to be sellers at this deadline. So it started with Carrick, and we'll see what else happens. Trocheck, I believe, will be dealt before 3. And look, they've been losing a lot, especially at home. Unfortunately, for the first time in 101 days, they won their first home game last night when they beat Toronto 6-2. But they are not in a good position. The Devils are kind of in the same ballpark. The Islanders have been the best New York team this season, but by no means are they in the best position either. So I don't know. I just don't think that. I think it's something about the market. I think the market this year is just very still, which is why I don't think we're going to expect to see a lot more today. I think we're going to see maybe 4 to 5 more moves, but I don't know. I think a lot of these teams are just either not interested or the market just isn't there for them to do what they want to do. So, I think Toronto will be active. I think the Rangers will be active as sellers. Sorry, I think Dallas is done. I don't think Colorado will do anything. Pittsburgh, because they're getting Crosby back, probably won't do anything. I think it's just a reflection of the market this year.
All right, we're going to be joined by Rod Mahood in a couple minutes here. Go get a drink, Justin. Basically, I just received a text from, well, I'll be honest with you, one of the player agents. And it was a voice text. And one of the player, he's venting here. Jules, give me a couple seconds to vent. He's very upset that all these players who have no trade movements haven't moved. And there's something he says he's going to bring it up in the Board of Governors meeting because this is ludicrous because he knows of 4 trades that were kiboshed because of players not moving.
I've got some some potential trade news here, and I'm not sure of its credibility, but there's supposedly conversation between the Oilers and Leafs for Bobby McMahon, and the package, if this is credible information, it is centered around a second round pick and another pick or prospect. It is not finalized yet, but it is in its final discussion stages. Again, if this is credible, I'm not really sure of its credibility, but we're gonna run with it and see. But that is the conversation on Bobby McMahon at this moment.
Okay, Rod's in. I think he's in the car or can't use the camera. Rod, are you there?
I am. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah. Yes, you are, and pleasure to have you on, Rod. Again, it looks like it's a yearly appearance here. You're on with me, the president of Provinces Canada, and Justin Levine here. This has been the greatest trade deadline ever. Yeah, right. All right.
Yes. We say that every year, don't we, Joe?
Yeah. Well, we say it every year, but every year there's at least 25 trades. Now there's 5. All right.
No, it's been kind of quiet. A couple of interesting ones though. So.
Yeah, well, Corey Perry, I can tell you this: Tampa's going to go and lose in the Stanley Cup. That's all I know. What do you hear on the Maple Leaf front? Did you hear anything? Because we're talking about, for the first time in like 12 years, they're not in the playoffs, and we hear about McMahon, and we hear about Ekman Larson, and nothing. It's already 1:30, and nothing has happened.
I think you guys have probably touched on it already, and the speculation started with 2 days ago, and obviously they got a conditional first rounder for Nick Waugh. Apparently they want a first rounder for OEL, so maybe they're asking for too much. Now they're going to, I don't want to use the word panic, but are they going to try to do something here late just to move some more bodies to get him some picks, because we know they've got to build a very depleted minor system.
Yeah. And do you hear what they would accept? Because, Justin, do you want to tell Rod what you just heard about McMahon?
Yeah, there's news on Bobby McMahon going around. I don't know how credible the information is, so this is just what we have right now while we try and lock it down. But apparently the Leafs and Oilers are talking about McMahon, and the package would be centered on a second round pick and another pick and or prospect. And it's supposedly in its final discussion stages, but not yet a done deal.
Okay, so obviously with McMahon, they've dropped off that first round want in return. I think that sounds fair. I would even say, depending on what the prospect is or the picks that are back, even a third rounder would be okay. But that sounds reasonable. So that's another body out, and obviously we'll see what they get in the return. But I'm sure. Look, I'm not the first person to say this, but when your top prospect is Easton Cowan, you've got a lot of work to do. And you can't. I don't even know how you can even say Easton is a prospect, just because we know what he can bring. And that's no disrespect to him. That's where he was drafted, and that's where he fits in with the Leafs. But he's just not a high end top prospect. So whatever they can get in return, and potentially draft in the next year or two, is only going to help the future of the blue and white.
Yeah, and as far as the blue and white goes, there's a from Nick Kyprios earlier today. He started the day saying that Buffalo could take a run at Brandon Carlo, and the Leafs would consider moving him if they can get their hands on Radim Murtka, who was last year's 9th overall pick. So curious to see if that happens. That feels more speculative than anything else. But could Toronto become really active in the last hour and a half? Maybe.
Joe, I thought you'd be asking me for sure about my my Sabres, the team.
This
Obviously,
is what my next question was about the Sabres. Let me get this. By the way, you could check out Rod on the Niagara Sports Report. Who knows better Buffalo than doing Niagara Sports Report? I'm going to ask you about the Sabres, but I'm going to ask you about the Buffalo Bills. Have you seen the new stadium yet?
Yeah, no, I haven't. Obviously, I haven't been in, but I've seen it, and I think we probably would have been in a little earlier. They might have had media tours if it wasn't for the construction workers, literally
graffiti.
People that made the stadium doing a little bit of graffiti on the stadium. So that was an interesting storyline a few weeks ago. But a new era, if you will, in Buffalo, especially. Good trade yesterday, bring in a receiver. They got DJ Moore. A lot of people, and I spoke with a lot of reporters yesterday, thought he was older than he is. He's only 28. So I think it was a good move. Obviously, Brandon Beane needed to bring in a receiver. Speaking of trades and everything happening in sports right now with hockey, they needed to bring in a receiver, and they got him for a second rounder. So I like that move.
Do you think that's a high second round pick? Do you think it's a little bit high, or?
No, I don't necessarily. I mean, his numbers, and I think when you have Josh Allen can make any second rounder become a first rounder in terms of receiving numbers and touchdowns. So I didn't think it was too high. No.
Okay, let's go to Sabres for the first time in, I don't know, what would you say, 13, 14?
14 years. 14 years.
14 years, and the last time they were here at Air Canada Center with their backup goalie beating the Maple Leafs in the Eastern Conference Final, put it that way, the Buffalo Sabres, and they're making moves. This is a sneaky good move, I'm going to tell you, getting the pair that they got from the Winnipeg Jets, because both of them are like 1 6'7", 1 6'3" or 4, and this is what you need, offensive, or people play offense, but you need defense in the playoffs. And do I have to tell you, their captain, Rasmus Dahlin, is amazing. Owen Power, first round pick and all that. So their defense is good. But my question is, can I trust Puka Luukkonen?
Yeah, no. Well, Alex Lyons had a good season.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see, who they go with between the pipes to start the playoffs. They've been the hottest team since December. They've beaten, obviously right after the Olympic break there, they beat Tampa Bay. They're on a roll like we've never seen in many, many years. I mean, they're third in the Eastern Conference. Some people think, with these moves, you mentioned what they did and what they had on their blue line already. These are two tough guys. And when you think of playoffs and the nitty gritty, when you have Logan Stanley and Luke Shen now coming in, and then the other move that wasn't really discussed yesterday for depth, Sam Carrick is another guy that, what is a player that a lot of players don't like playing against. So they're trying to get a little bit more physical. I like what they've done. I like the Nick Foligno move, obviously reuniting with his brother Marcus in Minnesota. You mentioned right off the top, Joe, when I came on, Corey Perry back to Tampa Bay. So these little moves for veteran guys, i.e. the Luke Shens of the world, the Corey Perry, the Nick Foligno, are huge come playoff time.
So I'm going to ask you a question here, because I had Norm on here, and Norm said in 5 years, Toronto is going to get a second NHL team. Did you hear something like that? And what do you think?
That speculation has been there for well more than 5 years, as you know, Joe. And you and I worked together in Toronto. That it does come up every once in a while that's going to happen. Can I see it? But I mean, there's so many factors in that the league approvals, the owners' approvals, the land, the arena. So I think that's a long time away. Maybe within a decade. I don't see it within 5 years unless the shovels go in the ground in the next few months here.
Okay. Now, I also got to ask you about, we know each other since the Toronto Rock days, okay? So when are they going to call it the Hamilton Rock?
It was funny. I was in Hamilton for an appointment yesterday, and there was a big sign, Hamilton, home of the Tiger Cats and Forge FC. And I literally said to myself, what about the Rock? And I guess they can't say that because they still have the Toronto in front of it. And you know why Jamie Dowick, the owner, it makes no sense, but he said, oh, people are going to think Hamilton, Bermuda if I say Hamilton, which is the funniest thing ever. But yeah, why don't they say that? It baffles me, but they're doing okay there. And obviously Oshawa has a team now. So they're doing okay in Hamilton. We'll see what happens in the future. That arena, I don't know if you've been in the new arena. I call it the new arena, formerly Cops Coliseum, TD Coliseum, multi-million-dollar upgrades. And the rumor is, speaking of hockey, and I can say this to Justin as well, I don't know if you guys saw that. The rumor is the Islanders farm team are moving, and it makes no sense geographically, but if they're hurting in attendance, that they're going to be moving to Hamilton. The Bridgeport team will be moving to Hamilton next season.
And that's big for Hamilton, because Hamilton's always been a great, OHL, AHL city. They had the Bulldogs and all that. So that's great but when you talk about the arena, could that arena be NHL ready with all this millions that they spent?
It can be. It's a lot smaller now. And here's the thing that I was told that's going to be interesting. So you've already got the Rock in there. You've already got, there was reports that the PWHL might be looking at Hamilton. Apparently, with these renovations, Joe and Justin, they only have 2 dressing rooms. So what's going to happen here with the Rock? Is the Rock going to get pushed out? Obviously, the PWHL if they're going to make that announcement, they better do it before Bridgeport officially does, because there's going to have to be, and this is not, easy money to build, especially with pro teams and the locker rooms and what they require with the spas and the saunas and the whirlpools and the tracks and the weight room. So more major renovations are going to have to be done, whoever moves in next, if they do, into the TD Coliseum in Hamilton.
All right, so let's go. Forget about NHL. Let's talk about just junior hockey, because you're king of junior hockey there. Let's talk about the OHL here. Which team has impressed you thus far in the Ontario Hockey League?
Yeah, the East is very strong. Obviously, I announced for the Niagara Ice Dogs, so I get to see them. They're kind of pretty well locked into the 6th seed in the East. Looks like they're going to play the Ottawa 67s. Those top 3 teams, and speaking of the Sabres, and an old friend that you know as well, Joe, Jay McKee is the head coach of the Brantford Bulldogs, formerly the Hamilton Bulldogs. Brantford, Barrie, and Ottawa, the top 3 seeds in the East, are all legit teams. Brantford really loaded up, and maybe they haven't found that cohesion. And that happens with teams too. We're going to look at the NHL. And I'm sure that's why Buffalo, the first story that came out this week was the Robert Thomas rumors. And somehow Josh Norris was in that conversation. And I said, why do the Sabres want to mess up that locker room right now? They've got a great team. Everybody's together. Do not get rid of any roster players. And they've been able to do that, obviously, so far. With the Bulldogs are a very deep team. Barrie's probably been the hottest team since the turn of the calendar in January. Ottawa's, Dave Cameron there, legendary veteran coach in the OHL, is behind the bench in Ottawa. In the West, Flint is a good team. Obviously, we know what Saginaw did last year. The Flint Firebirds are a great team. Windsor's got a good team. And I think those 2 teams. So I think those 5 teams out of the 16 that are going to make it is who you're going to see battling down the stretch.
All right, we got a question here from Veronica. And Veronica wants to know, Joel, maybe you can tell me why everybody's thinking about getting the number 1 pick from Buffalo, Radic?
Yeah, Radim Murka.
So, yeah.
9th overall pick. The kid's 18. I think he's got close to 30 points on the season, which is obviously in junior hockey, good numbers for a blue liner. What really, and this would really, I guess, it didn't bother me. It happens. But the Colton Parayko trade that didn't happen because he wouldn't waive his no trade clause. So that was public for 24 hours, that Radim Murka and a first rounder for Colton Parayko. Yeah. So you can imagine, all right, this is an import defenseman. He's Czech. He hears this as an 18-year-old. He knows the Sabres are, mentioning his name in trade discussions. So how does that make him feel? So what has happened since then? I don't know, but you can guess that perhaps, he's asked for a trade now. So Murka's a top prospect, a big blue liner. Teams want him, 6'6", and only 18 years old. A top 10 NHL pick. Yeah. So that's why his name keeps being mentioned. He plays in the WHL. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somehow he's in another discussion. Yes.
Yeah, and obviously, if you're going to get Colton Parayko, you got to move another, because, like we said, they got defensemen like crazy. I wish Maple Leafs had a future defenseman there, because they don't have a number 1 defenseman since Borja Salming. Put it that way, the Maple Leafs. So there, what I'm going to ask you the next, because we're closing out with Rod Mahood here. You know what I'm going to ask you? Give me your Stanley Cup pick.
Ooh, Stanley Cup pick. And I hate doing this, but I still think Colorado. I still think Colorado is just, when you have that 1-2 punch with McKinnon and Makar. But again, they were on Team Canada and it didn't give us anything. So I'm going to go Colorado, and I think the who's going to represent the East. I still hate to say this as well. I know, because you said it off the top. You think they're going to lose in the Cup, but I think it's going to be Tampa Bay and Colorado.
Now, for Cooper, losing in the Olympics and then losing the Stanley Cup final, and also we got to mention losing his dad also.
His father passed away.
Yeah, that would make it not a great year for him, but if Tampa makes it this far, that's surprising there, and everybody wants Colorado. I'm surprised we're almost at 2 o'clock. Colorado, I know they pick up Nicholas Waugh, but Colorado, Dallas, Tampa. Okay, they picked up Perry, but these main guys haven't done anything yet.
I think it's again, they don't want to mix up what they have right now, and there's a lot of teams, and you can imagine with that Josh Norris, and I was really surprised he was in that Robert Thomas discussion. Now I know he's injured a lot, but when he's in the lineup, the Sabres even have a better record. So I think it's just a matter of those teams, those top teams, as you mentioned, and Dallas is the hottest team in the West now. Obviously, they don't want to mix anything up, Joe.
So, like, why? I'll ask you this: two final questions. One about Carolina, because Carolina always goes to the Eastern Conference Final and loses. They have not been active today. What do you expect Carolina to do for the next hour, and what do you expect them in the playoffs? And the second question is going back to Buffalo: is why this year do you feel it different than any other year? Because once the playoffs in Buffalo is off the charts, it's like the Raptors playoff games here.
No, a lot of people obviously in the Queen City are talking about it. It's a completely different vibe with the Sabres. I'll get to Carolina first. I think that move that Tampa Bay made to get Steven Stamkos back is going to trigger Carolina to get a veteran guy, a gel guy, nothing that's going to shake things up too much, but someone that's playoff proven. Just a veteran savvy guy. I can see Carolina doing that. Nothing major, but I think they're gonna add a body or two, and maybe it'll be on the blue line, because I think of this, and we've said it how many times. Playoff hockey is tough hockey. Is Carolina a tough enough team to get the job done? And I can honestly say I don't think so right now. Like, if they're going to add some grit, maybe that's all they're going to do. The Sabres, so interesting because they fire Kevin Adams, their GM. Yarmo comes in, obviously, past, most people know him with Columbus, but they were on a 2 or 3 game win streak when Kevin Adams got fired. So a lot of people thought, oh, the change happened with that. But it happened before that. And I would love, and it's never been answered, and none of them have really said anything specific, but someone at some point, at some time, got through to everyone in that. Because you said it. What team wouldn't want to have the top 4 defensemen the Buffalo Sabres have, right? Their defense is legit. You've got Tage Thompson. You've got Alex Tuck. You've got some speed up front. They're a team that, can beat you in transition easy. But somewhere at some point, really got through to them. And I hope, Joe, just because he was obviously back in the fold, this is Lindy Ruff's. But I'm going to say this, and I don't know if you remember this. Back in the 90s, Ted Nolan gets Coach of the Year. And then he's fired. I think every day when I wake up, Joe, is the same thing going to happen to Lindy Ruff? Okay? Because no one's talking about him with the Coach of the Year, but he's got to be in the conversation, number one. Number two, does Yarmo want to bring in his own guy next year? Are we going to see the Sabres go on this long run and then Lindy Ruff gets fired? That's a question that no one's brought up, and I think it has to be asked.
And okay, so who was Yarmo's guy then?
Yeah. You know who Yarmo's got? An ex-Sabres assistant coach in John Tortorella, which I don't think will happen. But there, you look at some of the teams he's been with. There's also, and the name's going to escape me, there's a Finnish coach coaching the Kitchener Rangers. Google this for me right now, Joe. Head coach of the Kitchener Rangers. Google it for me right now.
Hold on.
Very much success, I'll keep talking, with the Kitchener Rangers. Everybody talks about he's probably the best coach in the OHL. So is that just maybe with the Finnish connection? Is it maybe the Finnish coach that's in Kitchener in the OHL? And Joe's going to get me the name. You got it, Joe?
Oh, now hold on 2 seconds. It's spinning, so it's like
okay.
crazy.
Let me see if I can get it here.
Kitchener Rangers. Hold on.
Head coach.
Oh, UC Acost.
Yes. So he is a Finnish coach. Now, does he have enough experience to make the move? I don't know. I could just see Yarmo wants to, and a lot of people do that. And there'd be no question if the Sabres were the 8th seed in the East that Lindy doesn't deserve another shot. But when they're playing this good, I mean, they've been the hottest team for 4 months, almost 4 months now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be interesting to see if Lindy Ruff holds his job.
Well, they can also do. What about he's going to be a rookie coach. What about bringing him for assistant? And there's no better teacher than Lindy Ruff to teach him.
Yeah, no, maybe that could happen too. Yeah, no, very very good point. That he might get brought into assistant, or I'll tell you that coaches have done that. They'll bring them in as an associate coach or an assistant coach, knowing that that's the person, meaning the GM, that wants to take over, right? So yeah, that could happen.
All right, so Rod, tell us what we can expect on the Niagara Sports Report, and maybe I'll get you on in another month's time because I can't believe it's WrestleMania 42.
Joe, are you going to be there?
Listen, I can't say I'm going to be there or not, but I'll tell you this: whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah, exactly. Justin, you got something? You got anything, Justin?
I think I have something. I'm not sure. Give me 1 second before I can confirm this, but I might have something. Stay tuned.
Yes, okay. Justin is my Elliot Friedman. Sorry, Rod.
Yeah, no. I just see it. I see breaking, I think. Okay, so yeah, Niagara Sports Report, doing daily sportscast now on your favorite podcast platform, Spotify, Amazon, Apple, iHeartRadio. And then I do a full show on Saturdays, obviously with the guests with ties to Niagara and beyond. And we talk all sports. So tune in on your favorite podcast platform to find the Niagara Sports Report. Joe, always a pleasure. Justin, anything?
Not yet. I think we're good.
Okay. Joe, thanks for reaching out, buddy. It's our yearly thing, and hopefully you guys get more than 5 trades to talk about.
Yeah, hopefully. If not, I'm going to have to call you back next hour. All right. All right. Thanks a lot. That's Rod Mahood. Rod, take care. Hopefully everything's good with the family.
Thank you. You too, bud.
All right. Take care. That's Rod Mahood, one of the best. Niagara Sports Report. I urge you to check that out weekly there. You could catch it on your favorite podcatcher there. And so, Justin, I could see you're working diligently to see if you can break some big time news here. What do you hear actually?
It's on Bobby McMahon. There might be another destination for him, and it might be Colorado. I'm not sure where this is coming from, so I'm trying to see if there's a little more to it. There might not be at all, which is why I'm not keen to say that with confidence at this time. But what I can also share on Montreal's end is that they're not necessarily, looking to do anything today. But, Kent Hughes is a guy who will, take conversations and see where they go. And hence why there's progress at this time with Nazem Kadri. But that's not the only move he's looking at. They're also, while they're not feeling obligated, they are taking their other calls. And so there might be conversation on Zach Whitecloud. Not sure if that's going to go anywhere, but I don't know. We'll see if Kent Hughes can find his price there. But yeah, I think right now the impression is they're focused on getting the Kadri deal done. So I don't know. We'll see if these happen. I'm going to continue to read more into McMahon and see if that was a joke or if there's more to that. But yeah, right now the Montreal Canadiens seem to be taking over kind of what's going on. And yeah, aside from that, the market is once again quiet.
Okay, so the Canadiens have circled back with Kadri there. So it should be interesting to see what and I don't know if this is taken, I have to confirm on myself, but as you can see, we're busy here. Alex Martinek from the Kings may have been dealt.
I also have something on Scott Lawton potentially going to Seattle. Again, there seems to be a little more validity on that one. But, again, you never want to say anything with certainty. So I'm going to dig more into that one as well.
All right. So, again, we're heading to the 2:00 hour. It's 1:52. So, one more hour left till the NHL trade deadline. You hear the bell, and that's it. But one more hour left. Hopefully, it will pick up at the 2:00 hour. Justin, I'm going to give you another break here. We'll be back at 2:00. At 2:00 to continue the trade deadline show here on the Fired Up Network. And again, we'll be going till way past 3, maybe to 4:30, and we'll be joined by 2 o'clock by Alan and Sam Small, ticket holders of the Maple Leafs, and of course they know everything about the National Hockey League and everything like that. And we'll also be joined by Taylor Woods and also by Mark, your good friend. Mark Solinsky has just confirmed he will join us at 3:15. Taylor around the 3 o'clock hour. So 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock is going to be action packed here. I'm going to try to get another player or two before we close out. But again, we'll be back here at 2 p.m. So Justin, continue the great work you're doing, and hopefully you come with a trade or two when we come back at the 2 p.m. hour. You're watching the Fired Up Network here on Roku TV. Thanks a lot, Justin. I'll see you in about 6 minutes. All right, I lied. I said we're going to be back at 2 o'clock. I don't want to leave this guy waiting because if I leave him waiting, he may lose $100,000. This is Alan Small. Of course, Alan is a great season ticket holder for the crappiest team in the National Hockey League, who has done nothing yet. This has been the best trade deadline that we have ever done. Every year I have you on here, I'm talking about 25, 30 trades. Now we're talking about Nick Foligno being moved. Corey Perry. I could tell you this, Alan. I could tell you this. We're going to be joined by another Small. Maybe he's smaller than you, put it that way. Sam Small. But also, I could tell you that Tampa is going to make the Stanley Cup and lose. So what a year for John Cooper. He makes the Olympics. He loses. He loses his dad also. And he's probably going to make the Stanley Cup and lose also. But Alan, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay, but I want this trade deadline to pick up like 30 trades here. Well, what are they doing with Bobby McMahon? For you, okay, you're a season ticket holder. By the way, thanks for giving me some tickets, eh? Throughout the year, you're throwing away tickets because you're not even going to the games anyways. But from the Maple Leaf players that are left on this team, who would you like to see gone and who would you hate to see gone?
Well, I think for me, the players I'd like to see gone are probably the players that we all would like to see gone, which are your bottom players, right? Your third and fourth liners. Unfortunately, it's not so easy because who's going to want to pick up a Cali Yarncroc or Steven Lorenz or any of these kinds of players that are just.
Well, why they're on the team then?
Great question. I think the biggest mistake we made is we wanted to apparently build a team that was better suited for the playoffs. Heavier team, heavy on the forecheck. Well, we got the heavy part right because we have one of the heaviest teams, but also one of the slowest teams in the NHL. And so what ended up happening was unfortunately, we could not sign Marner, a top 10 player in the NHL. And in return, we tried to, I guess the Leafs tried to, what they said was replace him by committee. Well, that didn't work. Here we are sitting on the outside looking in. We're not going to make the playoffs this year. And now we're trying to see what we can get at a trade deadline, which I think for the most part, most people were thinking we weren't going to do an awful lot. I know we got rid of Nick Raw. I don't know anything else happening in the last few minutes. I feel like talking about Lawton. Is that anything happened with him?
We're going to be joined again by Justin Veen. I just gave him a break here. He has heard some stuff about McMahon. Might as well be here by Vince McMahon already. They're never going to trade this guy. They want a first-round pick. Now they're going to end up with a seventh-round pick. They're hearing about Lawton. They're going to get a 17th-round pick. And boy, that's what we're doing. And by the way, but for you, who is a season ticket. And by the way, tickets for the Maple Leafs now have never been more expensive than ever. And dare I say, this team has been more crappier than ever. All right? Like my friend and your friend also, Eric Cohen, by the way, if you want Maple Blue Jay tickets, go to him. He's giving you away. You purchase Maple Leaf tickets, and he gives you a free pair of Blue Jay tickets. I told him do this opposite. You're getting more money on the Blue Jay side than the Maple Leaf side.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, yeah.
Unbelievable. And we're going on almost 60 years. I've never seen the Stanley Cup here. All right. 60 years. Last year, you'd call me on February 6th, and you call me and you tell me, oh, this is Maple Leafs year. They're going to win 1 round. They're going to win 2 rounds. Do you know they have never won 3 rounds? Let alone 4. 3 rounds they've never won. All right. 3. Now, 3, as you know in hockey, is a hat trick. There's no hat tricks in playoffs for the Maple Leafs. All right. By the way, I think you should sell your tickets and purchase Buffalo Sabres tickets.
No chance. No chance. I will not be a season ticket holder for the Buffalo Sabres.
All right. So, how disappointed are you?
Extremely, extremely. I think the problem that I have is that, everybody's now talking about, okay, we need draft picks. We need to sell. The problem is, if you go ahead and start selling off players for draft picks, that means Matthews is gone next year. Nylander's contract is a little longer, so he'll stick around maybe for an extra few years. But it's going to be a full rebuild, which means we're going to games, going to see Leaf games with paper bags over our heads because we're so embarrassed of being in the crowd for the next 5 years. We're going to be a horrible team. And that's why for a franchise like Toronto, you can't just build with picks through the draft. You're going to have to pay for free agents. Now, I know nobody wants to come here, but I think you're going to have to overpay for free agents to come here. That's the only way. With our tax system up here, who the heck's going to want to play up here and get taxed up the wazoo? Just ask Brad Marchand, why he went to Florida instead of Toronto. It's because taxes, better weather. He'd rather play in Florida. I don't blame him. So, how are we going to get free agents up here? We're going to have to overpay. Very similar to how we were at same question we were asking about the Raptors, right? How are the Raptors going to get players to come up and play in Toronto? Well, they did. They got Ingram to come up, and they built around him. So, yeah, I think you got to get a couple of young players, but I still think you need to sign some free agents.
So when you mention, okay, forget, like they do something, they don't do anything or whatever, is this going to be a rebuild for 5 years now?
I hope not. I hope not. I don't think hockey fans in Toronto can handle a rebuild for 5 years. I just don't think we can handle that. We pay, like you said, too much money to go see the games. They're not going to cut prices. To go there year after year and be like the Chicago Blackhawks of the last 5 years, it's just not interesting to me. To not have any stars, to wait for the next Matthews or Marner to poke its head up from the Marlies or wherever they're coming from. You're going to have to build through free agency. That's the only way to do it in today's market. I don't think you can build through the draft only. So no, I don't think it's going to be a full rebuild. I'm hoping it's more like a Boston type rebuild. Get rid of a couple of players, keep a couple of good players, and build around them.
You mentioned Matthews, okay? Can Matthews he has this year and next year left. 2 years, he signed a 4-year deal. Matthews, if he looks at what's going on here, don't you think that next year, maybe even June, saying I want out, send me to Los Angeles?
I think he could very well be traded next year. Absolutely, he'll be same kind of situation as we saw for Hughes, right? When he got traded out of Vancouver, he still had 1 year left on his contract. I think it could be very similar. The last thing we want to have happen is another Marner where we get nothing. But again, he has a no trade clause, so it's not easy.
All right. So dare I say, since Maple Leafs are not going to be making the playoffs or whatever, give me your Stanley Cup pick.
My Stanley Cup pick. That's a great question. I don't have an answer. I would say Colorado, but that's the obvious choice. I don't think Edmonton's going anywhere this year. They look a lot weaker than previous years.
What about Buffalo?
Buffalo's a young team, up and coming team. They made a couple of moves. They could have had the St. Louis Blues defenseman, but he didn't want to go there. I don't blame him. Why don't the Leafs try and get him, right? I have no idea. But anyways, having said that, I don't know. I think Tampa looks really good again. So Tampa out of the East with Cooper as coach, I think they're and obviously Vasilevsky behind in the pipes is very strong. So maybe at Tampa, I don't know who's coming out of the West. That's a crapshoot.
Well, you said Colorado, so
I did. But does the first place team ever win the Stanley Cup? I don't know.
No. So now you've been a season ticket holder for Maple Leafs for quite a few years, right? What's the difference now from when you first? Let's face it, where you haven't been around when the Maple Leafs won the Stanley Cup. Okay, so it's over, coming close to 60 years. So what's the difference when you first started to now? Do you feel more bells and whistles? They renovated Scotiabank or Air Canada Center, and they spent $200 million, and they charge you up wazoo $26 for a bag of popcorn, and it's stale popcorn, by the way. You don't know this, I know, because I used to eat them all the time. But do you see a major difference?
No, I don't see a major difference. I think it's the same old. You go on a weekday, crowd is a lot quieter, more suits in the stands. You go on a weekend, more kids, but there is no difference. The prices have gone up, but the stands are still pretty full. Just in the last month or so, I started to notice some more empty seats, and I got to believe that if the Leafs are as bad or worse next year, then you're going to see even more empty seats. I think the days of the fans just keep going to games is over. I think guys like me will keep going. We're season ticket holders. We're kind of lifers, as I guess we call ourselves. But it's the casual fan, the fan that goes every now and again, picks up tickets from StubHub or Ticketmaster or wherever. I think those are the fans that will no longer go.
We have a trade. Philadelphia and Carolina. Nicholas went from Philadelphia to Carolina. He's a left winger. Nicholas Delorier goes from Philadelphia to Carolina, to be announced who the Philadelphia got, but Carolina finally doing something, and that's not going to do anything for Carolina, all right? That's not going to do anything for Carolina. But
toughness.
Go ahead.
No, just toughness, right? Delorier is a tough guy, right? So that's I guess why they got him.
And he's a good tough guy there. But now looking back at Scotiabank Arena and Justin, you have meet Alan Small here. Justin works for MLSE. He's going to be the next head coach. Look at his face, like Berube in December, and now he went for a suntan in Florida. But Justin, you have any news?
It looks like the Leafs have re-engaged with the Colorado Avalanche around Bobby McMahon. I don't know if that's going to get done, but certainly he'll be dealt somewhere by the 3 p.m. deadline. I don't know if it'll be there, if it'll be Edmonton. It appears the Edmonton rumors might just be false, but there's definitely something to the Colorado ones. Question is just, will it get done? So I guess we're going to find out within the hour.
What about the Ekman Larson and anybody else?
Ekman Larson, there doesn't seem to be a legit suitor for, so it sounds like he's staying.
By the way, Justin, you work for MLSE?
Yeah.
You work for MLSE. Alan Small is a season ticket holder for the Maple Leafs. He has requested a 10% decrease in his season ticket holder. Can you take care of it?
No, I'm not the right guy for that. Sorry.
Not the right guy. Can you ever find the right guy or what? Every time you call and you want to do something with people, it's this guy and that guy, and then the phone's disconnected and you're calling Buffalo up to find a guy in Toronto, and the guy in Toronto's on vacation in Florida. What the hell's happening in MLSE, Justin? You're working there. Come on.
I know nothing about this, but what I can tell you is that it sounds like OEL's staying, and it looks like the Scott Lawton rumors are also not true, so I would expect that the only piece moved today is Bobby McMahon by the end of the day,
which is disappointing, right? Isn't that disappointing? Because
when you look at what they could get for them, it's disappointing because the rumor was with OEL that they were looking for a first, a second, and a prospect. So,
how does this team? Here, Justin, you're a hockey guy. How does this team get better for next year? Like, if we don't go out and sign someone and get rid of the as I say, the crap on this hockey team, How are we going to get better? Like, I just don't see, Boston did a bunch of moves last year, didn't make the playoffs, and now they're back in the playoffs, or at least on the cusp this year. What are we going to do? Are we going to, I guess, wait till the summer now? Like, I don't understand.
I don't know. I think they've got to be really aggressive this offseason. That seems to be their only chance to do it now if they are in selling mode, which I don't even know if you'd consider what they're doing right now selling mode. I can't even tell what how this is going to end, but yeah.
How much cap room do they have? Does anybody know?
I do not know that.
Joe, do you know?
They have 3 million. Right now they have 3 million. Off season they're gonna have 20 million. But did you expect anything? Brad Treliving is your GM. You know where I see Brad? I got a picture. Brad Treliving is eating at Boston Pizza right now. All right, so it's an hour before the trade deadline, and your GM is eating at Boston Pizza. Come on, just send it to Dragon's Den or something like that. Enough with the Maple Leafs. It's about time that we get a good team. Justin's a fan of the Montreal Canadiens. All right, Montreal, are they going to do something, Alan, this year? Are you going to cheer for the Canadiens in the playoffs since you can't cheer for the Maple Leafs in the playoffs?
I would never cheer for the Montreal Canadiens. You would have to drug me significantly and tie my hands to something and I don't know, imitate my voice before I would you would ever hear anything come out of me about the Montreal Canadiens.
So something you did last weekend. All right, so that's it. So Justin, any more news there? Come on, he gave you a big props there that you're a Maple Leaf guy and a hockey guy and everything like that. Come on, Justin. And by the way, Justin knows anything about ladies hockey also.
I've got something on the Canadians. Appears that this trade with Kadri, if it gets bigger than just Kadri, it could also include the Jackeye brothers, both of them, who the Flames like. Then on the Habs end, it could also include Zach Whitecloud. So,
what's the trade?
Yeah, if this trade grows into more than
what's the trade you hear? Justin, what's the trade you hear?
Well, right now it looks like it's Line A for Kadri, but if it grows legs and becomes bigger, it could include one or both of the Jackeye brothers, but then it would also have to include Zach Whitecloud going the other way to Montreal. So I don't know how big it's going to get, but yeah. I don't know.
Line A for Kadri.
Wait a minute, hold on. Did you say Patrick Laine, who got barred off the team for Kadri?
Barred off the team?
Is that what you said? Yeah, from what I heard, he's already kicked off the team. They say he's injured, but he's not injured. He's kicked off the team. They're gonna move him before 3:00, and that's it. You don't know these rumors that I hear. You got to go to some all these joints that I go to. You don't hear these rumors, Alan. You know about these rumors, right? How do rumors get started when you're in play for Montreal Canadiens?
Yeah, I didn't hear about that, but I know that he's a head case. But I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe Calgary can't get something better for Kadri than a washed up guy who can just score on the power play, if at best anything. And the Jackeye brothers, who cares? They're horrible. All they can do is maybe fight. The younger brother, has he played more than 10 games in the NHL? So for me, that's disappointing. Again, another opportunity. Although Kadri's how old? 31. How old's Kadri?
In his 30s, 30, I think 32 now, or 30. Yeah, 32,
so
33.
With at least one a player like that. Like, these are the things that would Kadri come back? Maybe not. I don't know, but you got to get better somehow. You're going to have to unload at the same time. Point. I just don't get it. Treliving is turning the Leafs into Calgary, and to me, that you just got to get rid of this guy. Like, he created the team last year, and he should be fired for it.
Okay, so that brings up another question. Okay, so you're saying to to fire Treliving, but do you fire Berube also?
I wouldn't, and obviously you have to wait till today's up. You're not going to fire him for today, but now that today is, I guess, 45 minutes left or whatever. Yeah, I consider getting rid of him. He's the guy who designed this team. I don't know if I would get rid of Berube yet. I wouldn't do them both at the same time, but Berube might have to go as well. It looks like the team is given up. Nobody really cares to play anymore. Matthews is just horrible. The guy's not even going to score 30 goals this year. And I don't get it. He's playing 22 minutes a game the last few games, and yet the guy can't score a goal. So I don't need him for a 1 assist per game type player. We don't need that. That's not what we need. He hasn't scored in how many games? 9, 10
games. 10 games.
Yeah. And what? He's got 1 goal in the last 14 games or something. It's horrible.
But Alan, he doesn't care because he won the Olympic gold medal. And that brings me, you're a big hockey fan. All of us are a big hockey fan. When you're watching the Olympics, okay, Team Canada, the ladies side, they lost, and that was a heartbreaking game. But when you're watching the men's side and you're seeing Canada dominating the U.S. like Canada or like Russia and U.S. when Russia used to play there and all that, and then they fluke out a goal and then it goes into overtime. How disappointed as a Canadian are you that now, and I'm going to say it, it's not our game no more. It belongs to the United States. United States won the ladies and men. And then I spoke to my good friend, your good friend also, Donald Trump, say invite him to the White House and give them McDonald's.
Well, I got news for you. As you know, I'm a hockey coach at the minor hockey level.
Yeah, so aren't you a better coach than Berube?
Sorry?
Aren't you a better coach than Berube?
I think so. But anyways, I'll tell you one thing. The minor hockey system down in the U.S., down in New Jersey, in Philly area, in the New York State, is fantastic. It definitely, in many ways, is better than what we have up here in the GTA Toronto area. So I think you're right. I think the U.S. is a lot closer to Canada than ever before, from the minor hockey roots all the way up. But I still believe we have the top 5 players in the NHL. In my opinion. Look at the captain. Matthews is their captain. Look at our captain, Sidney Crosby, Connor McDavid. You can't compare Matthews to Connor McDavid. So to me, I still believe we have at least top 3 players in the NHL play for Canada. And I don't think anyone on the U.S. is even close.
All
and
right,
top.
Final question. I don't know where your brother is, probably in the washroom or something. But final question. What, if you're the GM right now, what would you want and what would you bring the Maple Leafs? Obviously, you're going to say Connor McDavid or whatever. But what would you, knowing this can be a build, what would you want right now? Give me 1 or 2 players that you want. If I gave you could have anybody in hockey, with salary caps and all that. You're going to say McDavid, but realistically, who would you like that the Maple Leafs now or in the summertime to go after?
So for me, I'm not going to name names because I don't know who's available, and I don't know what their hits are against the cap. But what I would want, and I think the Leafs need, is they obviously need another a couple of forwards, one to play with Matthews because we haven't found anybody to play with Matthews all year long. We also need another forward up on the second line. Tavares is getting too old. We need someone to play with a Matthew Nyes or a Nylander, depending on where Nyes plays, if he's up on the first line. So we need a couple of top-end forwards. And I'm not saying they got to score 80 points, but 50, 60 points would be great. And I think we need a puck-moving defenseman, 1 or 2. And it doesn't have to be a guy like Makar. It just needs to be a guy who can move the puck, who can play good D. We don't need any miracles here. But we don't go after. We don't try and pay for some of these guys. I get it. We don't have any draft picks to trade. I understand. But you're just going to have to pay up. You're just going to have to pay up. Somehow, some way, you got to get rid of the crap, like the Yarncrocs, the Lorenzes, even Lawton. I don't really care for much. If they would have got rid of Lawton today, so be it. Fine by me. McMahon, I don't know. He can probably stick around. I think he could be a good second line forward, 25 goals, 30 goals, maybe in the next year or two. But for me, I think you need some high-profile signings. Maybe a Nikolai Ehlers would have been a good signing. I didn't really want him last year, but you know what? He can play in the top 2 lines, and the guy can fly. He's quick on the ice. So there are always guys available, but I think it's one or the other. They either want this heavy team, now they want to sell and rebuild. You can't rebuild. If you rebuild from scratch, from the bottom, then Matthews is gone. Nylander might be gone. Tavares is probably retired by then. You're going to have to rebuild the whole team. and you and I will be talking 10 years from now on your show, and we'll be putting paper bags over our heads saying we're losers to be a fan of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Nothing is going to change. You gotta bring in some higher profile guys.
Speaking about my show and all that, I'm going to tell you, you have a show on CFRB and all that, and I wanted the premier on, okay, the premier on, and he says he's exclusively to Alan Small. He says there's a no trade, and he has. What is wrong with you? You have exclusives with the mayor or the premier? What's going on here? And by the way, where can the people get your show?
Yeah, so my show, News Talk 1010 on every other Sunday at 12 noon. It's called the Sunday Money Show. And yes, the premier has come on our show a bunch of times. Great guy, great person to talk to. Big Leaf fan. He's a big Leaf fan.
Yeah. You give him tickets, don't you? Do you give him tickets? You don't
I
give
am
me
not giving him
tickets.
any tickets. Hey, but I have something. This is for Justin. Justin, did you hear? Braden Shen to the Islanders if he approves the deal.
Yeah, I heard about that. Right now, yeah, it seems like it's just player approval that's waiting. So curious to see if that one gets done. And then Derek Pouliot is another one with the New York Rangers. That's also in discussion. My guess is it also needs player approval. So seems like it might just be smaller deals. And like as far as McMahon goes, again, this would need player approval. And because he's had a really good year, it would probably require a package. I'm just not convinced that we're going to see a lot of big deals today. So I think this is kind of what we're in for.
Yeah, well, Leafs should go for Parayko. If they want to get rid of him, we'll pay for him. How old's Parayko? He's what, 28?
Yep.
Yeah, like that's the kind of guy we need. He's solid, kind of like a Travis Sanheim. Those kind of guys, big guy, mobile, can take the body, solid player. Is he from Toronto? He's from obviously Canada, but do you know if he's from?
I think he's from Justin. I think Kitchener or somewhere like that, Dryden or Kitchener or something, Ontario.
Something like that, yeah. But I wouldn't even want Colton Parayko for me, so I can't imagine why anyone else would want him.
Now I let you have 5 minutes around. Go ahead with Alan. Alan could take care of. By the way, Justin, if you have any money, he's a good financial advisor.
Always good to know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like Colton Parayko. I mean, he was awful on the Olympic team, and I just don't see why anyone would want him. And I think his head got a little too big afterwards because he was involved in a trade rumor and said no to going to Buffalo. I'm like, why would you say no to going to chase a cup? Like,
well, I have lots of reasons. Have you ever been to Buffalo?
I have. The city itself is a sham, and I understand that. So
it is. I don't know.
I wouldn't say it's a sham just because you don't like chicken wings. Come on.
Trust me. I like myself some wings, but I don't like that city. I don't know.
It's the armpit of the north. It's horrible. And but you're right. The team's young and up and coming, but just to live there would be very difficult.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a business, and so it's more than just about living conditions, but it's a factor. So I get it. But yeah,
but if he can veto it, all the power to him. But I think he would come to Toronto, and I would like him because you know what? I think he's a good defenseman. Maybe his head is big, but he's made the Canada team twice. The last two teams he's been on.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you one thing about Colton Parayko, and this should close the deal. Morgan Riley makes more than Colton Parayko. Case closed.
It looks like Shen has waived his no trade to go to the Islanders.
So they got a centerman. They needed a centerman, I guess.
Yeah, Brandon
Shen may be
an Islander.
That may be the biggest name move so far, other than Corey Perry. But Corey Perry is almost as old as Allen.
I love Perry. I wish the Leafs.
And do you know who? And by the way, do you know who St. Louis got?
Not yet clear.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
By the way, San Jose just traded former Maple Leaf Timothy Lindgren to the Washington Capitals.
Oh, he's gonna play with his buddy.
Yeah, reunites with Rasmus Sandin.
And Justin, did you hear? I'm hearing rumors that Pittsburgh may have made a trade now.
I saw something about that, but it seems more like a player was sent down to the AHL, and that was just for contract purposes. As of, I mean, that was the last I saw. So I don't know if that means something
So
more.
Elmer Sodenblum goes to Pittsburgh from Detroit. Detroit gets a 3rd-round pick, and Braden Shen goes to the Islanders for to be announced. So that's the latest trade at 219. That's the latest trade there. So Alan, maybe you should stay on more. Maybe we're going to get more trades, or maybe you should call your brother out of the washroom, man. Come on.
Yeah, he's hiding out somewhere. Who knows?
All right, Alan. Hopefully you had a good birthday, and thanks for the yearly thing. And Alan, April comes WrestleMania time. You want to come on for WrestleMania 42 WrestleMania? Come on, tickets are almost as bad as
Do
Maple
I look
Leafs.
like a wrestle guy? I don't even know
Yeah,
wrestling.
I'll take that tie and choke you on it. Come on, but $6,000 ringside seats. You talk about Maple Leafs, $6,000.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Wrestling not my thing. Leafs, I'll even talk Blue Jays, but
All right, I'll leave you with this. Blue Jays last year making the World Series. They made a lot of trades, and some are good. Dylan Cease and all that. My question is, who's closing the games for the Jays?
I don't know. It's going to be Hoffman, I guess, but that's a scary thing.
Yeah, that's a scary thing. So there you go. But thanks a lot, Alan.
having me,
Thanks for, and by the way, if you need to give me a pair or 6 pairs, because Justin needs to get paid for doing this show, I need to give some pairs of tickets, because Alan Small's tickets are amazing. Justin, Alan Small's tickets are right beside Larry Tannenbaum. All right beside Larry Tannenbaum. They go to shul together and everything like that in Eglinton and Bathurst. They right beside Larry Tannenbaum. All right, so there you go. And check out Alan's show every other Sunday, right? Every other Sunday at noon. So Justin, I want a clear report at noon every other Sunday on the Alan Small show. See if they Fired Up Network. Okay. See if they promote. If they don't, they ask for a check of $500. Okay.
Perfect. All right, man.
All right. Thanks a lot, buddy. Take care, and we'll talk soon.
Take care, guys.
All right. Thanks. That's Alan Small, one of the best. And if you needed financial advice, contact Alan Small or check him out on CFRB 1010 every other Sunday at noon. All right, Justin, we got a couple trades here. Maybe you want to recap, since this is the 2:30 hour now. 2:30, it's coming up to 2:30. So we got half an hour left. Remember, trades trickle in after the 3:00 deadline. So we'll stay on till 3:30, 4 o'clock. We're going to be joined by Taylor Woods at 3 p.m. and Mark Swolinsky at 3:15. And Angie will probably join us again there. So those are the people who are going to join us in the 3 o'clock hour, the last hour of the show. But big news: Braden Shen goes from St. Louis to the Islanders. The Islanders coming up big in the last hour here. So this could be a very big pick. And you know what? Washington losing Carlson or trading Carlson and getting Timothy Lindgren, that could be a sneaky pickup for Washington as well.
It could be, because now they've got to restock the roster a little bit after losing John Carlson. So, and it gives Sandin a former teammate. So, reuniting there, I kind of like it. I don't know how much the team's going to get out of Liljegren, but can't hurt to try. So, curious to see what the return there is. And then again, Nick Delorier going from Philly to Carolina. And again, Shen from where was it? From St. Louis to New York? Was that it?
Yeah, St. Louis to the Islanders there. And that's probably the biggest name player move so far. Half an hour left. The bell goes off, and then the NHL trade deadline concludes. Now, let's look at the Islanders here. Okay, Islanders with Patrick Waugh as their coach there, and Islanders in the other division opposed to the Maple Leafs, even though the Maple Leafs not going to make the playoffs. But what do you expect from the Islanders? The Islanders are probably playing Pittsburgh in the first round there of the playoffs there. What do you think? Pittsburgh and the Islanders, they're tied right now with 75 points, both of them. And then Columbus has 72 points, so 3 points back there. But what do you think of that first round series? Pittsburgh and the Islanders with Braden Shen going to the island now.
I think it's two teams who haven't done much, but one team's probably better than the other, and it's probably going to be Pittsburgh, who's had a decent year to say the very least. So I don't know. I think the Islanders are trying to make a push to get some aggression and maybe some extra productivity, but is it going to work? Is it going to do much for them? Probably not, but you never know.
Justin, we're joined now by Sam Small. We see Alan was on here for half an hour. He finally got you out of the washroom, Sam. All right, so congratulations there. As usual, you missed nothing during the trade deadline here. It's almost time for the bell to ring. And guess what? The Maple Leafs have done butt kiss. Nothing, nada. Alan Small was very mad. He's paying billions of dollars for season tickets. And I said Sam Small smarter. Sam Small smarter. He's going to the Blue Jays, right? So, Sam, what do you think overall this season of the Maple Leafs?
I think very disappointing. I think overall we were hoping.
By the way, more importantly, what car are you driving nowadays? Since I know you, you drive every Mercedes-Benz. What car are you driving nowadays?
I just recently purchased an S5 Audi.
Justin, is that a good car? S5 Audi. Tell me.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Okay, doesn't know. But S5 Audi. Oh, look at that. Look at the car. I got it. This guy. And what hat are you wearing there? Is that a Maple Leaf hat? What are you wearing here? Come on.
No, that's just a regular Nike hat that I picked up on a trip way back when. I'm recently noticing that there's been a major trade I see here. Braden Shen. He didn't want to come to the Leafs.
Okay, what are your thoughts about that trade to the Islanders for we don't know yet who
it's actually we do know. It's a first, a third, and a prospect.
First and third and a prospect. That's not bad for St. Louis. All right, so the Islanders have to play Pittsburgh in the first round of the playoffs. What do you say, Sam?
Well, I think the fact that the Islanders made the playoffs, I think it's definitely a positive thing for them. Shed will definitely give them a little bit more grit, a little bit more solid play, I guess, up the middle. And it's a shame that he didn't want to come and play for Toronto. I think they last year, if I do stand corrected, they made a pitch for him, but he politely declined. So I guess. Good luck to him. St. Louis is obviously a sinking ship. They're going to have to figure something out there as the Leafs will for next season.
All right. So and interesting enough, Luke Shen, his brother, moved to Buffalo. So
he did.
Buffalo picked up Luke Shen and Stanley from Winnipeg there. So that was a very big trade for Buffalo. Also, Buffalo first time in 14 years, maybe making the playoffs and maybe getting first in their division and first in the East. Who knows about that? But getting back to the Maple Leafs here, you're a big Maple Leaf fan, either in the Maple Leafs or New York Rangers, the worst team in the league. Maple Leafs, what are you expecting? Forget about this trade deadline. Do you expect another 2-3 years of heartache? And if it is 2-3 years of heartache, where does that leave Austin Matthews? Does Austin Matthews this June, July, come to True Living and say, look, you got to trade me to LA, trade me to wherever?
Isn't there? I think there's a rumor going on that they had a closed door meeting, him, Nylander, and Tree Living, to figure out what's gonna happen over the next, or at least in the short term. So I don't know.
Nylander went in there and he's asking for Swedish meatballs. That's the truth. He doesn't care. Nylander doesn't care what happens in anything. He's ho hum. Okay, I'm here. Whatever. Let's go. What time it is? Okay. Look, the guy could be minus 55 and he's wearing a tank top. All right. And by the way, for those people who don't know, Norm Rumack told me under good authority. Norm Rumack, Justin, wake up for this. Norm Rumack told me that Nylander was wearing Borja Somming's underwear. All right, he has Borja Salming's underwear and all that. Nylander's a big fan of Borja Salming's underwear. But what do you do with Matthews if this team is rebuilding and rebuilding and rebuilding and rebuilding?
Well, nothing. Nothing's gonna. They're not gonna rebuild. They're going to hopefully make a splash in the free agent. They can't rebuild. The city won't let them rebuild. They have probably, I think, they have about a 2-year window of them to make a bit of a push. They sort of remind me of the Buffalo Bills. They have a bit of a 2-year window. I figure to pick up some key acquisitions. Make some daring trades. Easton Cowan has a little bit of value. There's rumors that even Nyes was on the, nobody's untouchable right now. Maybe, some of the older guys are untouchable because no one really wants to touch them. But, you do have assets. Although Nyes signed a pretty big deal, but you do have assets. And so, I don't know. It's a tough situation for sure. But definitely whatever transpired this year and the pickups they made and letting, Marner walk and all the issues with that, it's definitely come back to bite them in the ass. And as a loyal fan, you hope they're not going to rebuild because, with their draft and their draft pick situation, it looks kind of bleak right now of any rebuilding in the next couple of years. It's going to have to come by trade and by overpaying people on free agency. That's basically what it's going to come down to.
All right, Justin, you hear anything else coming down the pike? We're 20 minutes away.
Yeah, it sounds
John
like
Carlos?
it sounds like the
Go ahead.
Blues are not done yet. They won't be making another move, and trades are now starting to trickle in that maybe have been approved by the NHL. So maybe this is where we start to hear something more on Bobby McMahon, but maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, right now his name is Vince McMahon, not Bobby McMahon. All right. So Justin, I'm going to ask you. I asked the same question of your brother. I'm going to ask you right now. Stanley Cup. Who's playing this year?
Stanley Cup. Well, I think the popular
Yeah, you know
one
who
is
Stanley
Colorado.
Cup is? The Cup of Stanley. The NHL Stanley Cup of being awarded 110 years. Something we haven't seen in 60.
Well, I think I think I said the same thing last year. I said I don't think I said Edmonton. I'm pretty sure I said Colorado.
Yes,
But you know what? Anything is.
We said Colorado
anything's-
against the Maple Leafs.
I don't know. Anything's possible. I'm gonna probably, I'm gonna go on a limb and say Colorado. And actually, no, I'm not gonna say Colorado, to be honest. I'm gonna say Dallas. And let's really screw the NHL this year and say like Carolina.
Well, it's about time Carolina gets there, and Dallas. I know you're picking Dak Prescott to score the game-winning goal with his leg in the crease or whatever, right? So, like, look,
I had
Justin,
Dak Prescott in my fantasy football. I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah, whatever. You're fantasy. Have you ever won fantasy football? By the way, come on.
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyways, but Dallas is not a bad idea. You know what? You may see Tampa Bay get back there. I don't know. They're playing really good hockey.
Tampa Bay is getting back there. They signed Corey. They traded for Corey Perry today. Anybody who trades for Corey Perry goes to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Clearly. So, I mean, listen, it'd be nice to see the teams like Anaheim squeak in and obviously see Buffalo do well. They picked up John Carlson, Anaheim, which is it's a pretty bold move, I'd say. It's solidified a very,
but
very
you know who else
defenseman.
Washington picked up? They traded Carlson, but Washington just picked up a former Maple Leaf All-Star, Timothy Liljegren. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that one?
My thoughts is as long as I don't have to pronounce his last name, I'm okay with it.
Liljegren, come on, Liljegren. Justin, any
news? It's not Liljegren. It's Liljegren. What's wrong with you? Don't you even know how to pronounce these guys' names?
Whatever. Liljegren. Go cook his Swedish with meatballs. All I know.
Well, if you're gonna ask a lot of the Leaf fans, they thought they should have traded Morgan Riley and not Liljegren, and then now they would have a lot more money under the cap.
So your brother came on and said about Colton Parayko was supposed to get traded to the Buffalo Sabres, and he kiboshed that. Okay, now. What do you think of players having no movement clause and fans or teams going to the player and saying, okay, will you move to this? And they say no. What's your opinion on this? And how come it's been out for 2-3 days? Everybody was thinking Buffalo made that trade for Colton Parayko.
Not just Colton Parayko, but also Thomas also.
Thomas, yeah.
But
So
I don't know.
somebody in either Buffalo or St. Louis is squeals
Jump the
on
gun,
everything.
maybe, or jump the
Yeah.
gun. I don't know. I think everyone has a. It's tough. It's tough. Listen, it goes all the way back to when Eric Lindros didn't want to go to Quebec, right? It goes all the way back to players are athletes. They get paid well. They should just go to where they're asked to go to, and that's it. But bottom line, when you start, if you want to have that flexibility, don't book long-term deals. Book 2-year deals. This way, after 2 years, you see what's going on, or you book deals with player options, and that's it. I don't like the idea that guys can actually, no trade clause. I think it's a bad part of the NHL, the no trade clause.
Justin, you ask him this. Justin texts me. He wants to ask you, but he's scared. How was your Purim? Who did you dress up as?
I dressed up as Austin Matthews.
Yeah, well, no wonder he's a fake. He's a fake millionaire. Look, that's
I
it.
don't know.
He's a fake millionaire.
He's
wait a minute. Did he just
his
say?
decline
Hold
has
on.
been quite
Hold on.
puzzling.
Did you just say you dressed up as Austin Matthews?
Yes, sir. See his,
What a liar! Where's your Mexican mustache then?
I shaved it. November's over. I shaved it.
Yeah, November. Purim was this week. Come on. All right. So you're saying Colorado or Dallas and who? Carolina?
Yeah, I just don't think. I think Colorado is great. It'll be great, but they have to outscore the team to win. And I don't see Wedgwood and Blackwood being able to lock it down. I just don't. I think it's a tight checking team like Dallas has potential to upset somebody.
All right. Since Justin's on here, and his favorite team is Montreal, what do you think Montreal is going to do in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, personally, I'm not a Montreal Canadian fan because I think their fans are annoying. But other than that, I think they're a pretty exciting team. I think they have a lot of, they've been putting in the time. They got a lot of good young prospects that are finally starting to blossom. They're exciting, but their biggest problem is their goaltending. They just don't know it yet. Poor goaltending. Montembeault and Dobish, they're just not high enough quality. For that type of team, you need a veteran type of player like a Bobrovsky, like someone who can definitely, handle the fast-paced game that Montreal plays. And I don't think, I think that's going to be their problem is keeping the puck out of the net.
Would you rather have Montreal's team or the Maple Leafs team now, considering you have Austin Matthews?
Of course, I'd rather have Montreal's team. The Leafs are right now struggling heavily. Besides the two-headed monster, I mean, it just goes to show you how important Mitch Marner was into many facets of the game, both with Austin Matthews, killing penalties, power plays. I mean, it's huge. It's huge what and how they screwed that up.
We have a major trade. Sam, Justin, do you have this trade or not?
Talk to me. Who is it?
Probably not.
I've missed so many trades already.
The New York Rangers and the Chicago Blackhawks. Chicago receives Derek Pouliot for the New York Rangers, Adrian Thompson. All right, that's a major trade considering there's only 7 trades going on today. All right, and by the way, for the Braden Strem trade, a first-round pick and a third-round pick goes to St. Louis. All right.
I was actually impressed. I was impressed that we got for Nick Waugh, we got a first-round conditional pick. That's actually, I didn't think we'd get a bag of pucks for that guy.
That might be their only move by the end of the day. So it's trending that way.
No, well, it ends up giving some people satisfaction on the Mitch Marner trade because ultimately that just ended up being a first-round pick. So that ended up being, it just cost them a bit of, a year, but it ended up being a first-round pick for Mitch Marner, which even though it's conditional, it's still better than what they have.
Number one, I've been told by my good friend, I don't know if you heard of him, Avi Benbihi, who has back problem today. He's watching our show. He has back problem today watching our show. He says the Maple Leafs will make a trade before the 3:00 deadline. They will get probably a second or third round pick. That's according to him. So there it is. But it looks like one of my sources.
The only two people they're going to trade for, or they're going to trade right now, is OEL or McMahon. And if they were looking for
McMahon could get you a second or third round pick. McMahon could get you a second or
more
third.
valuable. Since when does he become more valuable than is McMahon not more valuable than a Nick Waugh? Nick Waugh was terrible, and they got a conditional.
Well, it doesn't matter because Nick Waugh.
OEL's got a great contract to he's
I wouldn't move him
for free. Yeah, you move him, and you move him for a first round pick. Not necessarily
but
because
if nobody wants to give you a first round pick, nobody's going to give you a first round pick.
I know, but if they got a first round pick, you got to find the teams with first round pick. If we got a conditional from Colorado for Nick Waugh, are you kidding me? If suckers are going to give us a first round pick, imagine who else is out there to give us a first round pick for those.
Well, why didn't they do a trade yet? Because there's no first round picks.
I don't know. I guess not. I don't know who owns the first round picks. I think I know who owns Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh owns a shitload of them.
Yeah, well, and put it this way. By the way, Maple Leafs traded for Carlo for a top 5 protected first round pick. Right now, Boston has the Leafs pick.
I know. Oh, I know. It's terrible.
They burned us
twice. They burned us twice over the years.
Really bad news there. That's really bad news there. All right, Sam. Anything else you want to say to your good friend Justin Levine?
Justin, pleasure to see you. All the best. And the fact that you can put up with this guy, I give you all the power of the world.
All right. Next time we do a show, get out of the washroom early. All right, Sam?
Well, give me a link that works.
First of all, how can you say the link does? Your brother went on. Justin went on. Come on. And by the way, let me tell you this. Next time you go to the White House, tell my good friend, Mr. Orange, to serve you better food than McDonald's. All right? Serve better food than McDonald's. I know you go every day to McDonald's and eat Big Mac, or you actually eat McChicken all the time, but come on. Gold medal winning American teams get McDonald's. Come on, at least give them Harvey's. They make your hamburger a beautiful thing.
Yeah. Shalom Aleichem.
All right. Shalom Aleichem. Shabbat Shalom. Say Shabbat Shalom to Sam.
Shabbat Shalom.
Wake up. Come on.
Sorry, I'm just looking at another trade here potentially. There might be a deal with Montreal, but we're going to see if it happens.
Whoa.
What do you mean might be? You're hearing all this trade. Throw a name out there.
It's not a big one. If it's legit, which I guess we'll find out probably after the deadline is passed, it will be Thomas Vanek going to Montreal for Sebastian Kohlberg and a second.
You hear this, Sam? Thomas Vanek. All right.
So not exactly a big deal, but you never know.
That's definitely not a big deal.
By the way, Sam, here, say hello to another lady here. This is Sam Smolder. Say hello to Angie here.
Angie,
Sam,
how are you?
Ask her any question you want, Sam. Any question you want.
Angie, how do you put up with this guy?
Yeah.
I did not ask you to ask that question. I did not ask you to ask that question. That's not nice to talk about Justin like that.
How do we all?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Why do we all? All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day. Have a good weekend.
Get out of here.
Care.
Go give me my McDonald's. Go.
Okay,
all right.
Close me
Bye,
out.
Sam. Thanks a lot.
Take care. Okay, take care. Bye.
Okay, close you out. Okay, I'll close you out. All right, we're joined once again by Angie. Angie, 3:00, we're going to be joined by Taylor Woods. And then at 3:15, we got Toronto Star Zone, Mark Strelinsky. And then at 4, Nick Carter's going to join us. Carter's going to join us. Yes. Justin, didn't we promote that? We had him on. And at 4:00, he's coming on. He wants to discuss about the New York Islanders major trade of Braden Shen. All right. Say hello to Justin again.
Hi, Justin. I just came on quickly to see if there were any updates. I haven't had a chance to.
Okay, so wait a minute. I'm paying Justin big time here. Justin, tell her the last hour all the trades.
Nothing super exciting has happened. This has been a really boring deadline. The most exciting thing is Nick Foligno from Chicago to Minnesota to play with his brother, and Corey Perry from LA to Tampa.
No, and Braden Shen.
Oh, and Braden Shen. That's just getting done now to the Islanders from St. Louis.
Interesting. And the Leafs are doing nothing as per usual.
There was a rumor about Bobby McMahon to Colorado, but it's been an hour since that was out there, so I don't think that got done unless we find out after 3.
Yeah. Thanks for staying on top of it, Justin. You're doing a great job.
No worries.
And what are you doing, Angie?
I'm
You're not on
working.
top
I'm
of it.
busy.
You're busy. Where you're what? You're rollerblading. You're going RVing or what are you doing?
I wish.
Wait a
No,
minute.
it's not even that nice
Where's
outside today.
your Tucker shirt? You put on a turtleneck now?
I
Come
changed.
on.
The Leafs were doing nothing, so I took off my shirt.
The Leafs are doing it. I've been told. All right, that the
Okay.
Leafs are going to make a trade before the 3 o'clock deadline. All right.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go farther than that. What, Justin?
I don't think they will, but as far as St. Louis goes, I did say a little while ago they weren't done. They're not done. Defenseman Justin Falk is expected to be a Detroit Red Wing by 3 p.m.
Ooh.
See? Now, Angie, tell me, who's better, Justin Levine or Elliot Friedman?
Justin Levine, obviously.
Obviously.
Obviously. And by the way, you got to do something here, Ange. Tell everybody now we're on Roku. How they can get on Roku? Come on.
Yes, search Fired Up, all one word, Fired Up Network, streaming on all Roku devices. You can catch us there for even more sports content. Digit Murphy actually has her own channel on there now as well. Everyone loves always hearing from her. And we cover some health and wellness as well. So a little bit of everything over there. And, we're always looking for new talent. So anyone who's interested in joining, you're more than welcome to do so.
And seriously, if you could join us at 3:15, Mark Zielinski, formerly of the Toronto Star, but he's a big old time car aficionado, picks up old time cars, antique cars, and everything like that. And even Justin knows it. Tell Ange, is Mark Zielinski one of the best reporters in Toronto in the last 50 years?
He is in the time that I've known him, so he's not doing it anymore. He retired, but looking forward to hearing from him later.
Nice.
He needs a good RV, by the way, Ange. He needs a good RV.
I know of a good one for $108,000.
Yeah, but isn't that the one you want? Never mind.
That is
All right,
one.
Ange. Let me ask you a question. Since we're at the trade deadline, at the end of the show, and who knows if you're going to be at the end of the show, but since you're on here right now, I'm going to ask you right now, who's your Stanley Cup pick?
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know.
Hold on. I'm going to zoom it in because I know somebody's going to take the AI of this or the clips of this and go.
I don't know. Honestly, I really don't know. I'm not going to lie. Like, I haven't really been following hockey as closely as like I usually do. But, Digit kind of said it. Like, I think, Vegas is kind of on the up, which I would like to see them maybe go through to it. Colorado, maybe. I don't know. I have a few picks. I'd love to see Canadian teams in there, but the Leafs probably not. I'm not even going to choose them because I don't even think they're going to make the playoffs this year if they keep playing the way they're playing. So I don't know.
What about the Canadians? Justin's team is the Canadians. What for Justin's sake? Yeah, Justin's team is Montreal Canadiens. He's from Montreal and everything like that. He likes bagels. He likes baguettes. Come on.
Okay. All right. I would cheer for Montreal for sure. Like I said, I'd love to see a Canadian team somewhere in there. So because of you, Justin, I will say Montreal and Vegas.
Montreal and Vegas. Just because you went to Vegas last week on Justin's dime doesn't mean you pick Vegas all the time. Now, Justin, you look too busy to me. You have some breaking trades?
There's something on McMahon. Chris Johnson just said on TSN's Trade Center that he believes the Leafs have lowered their asking price for McMahon, and a second-round pick might get it done at this point, which tells me that any talks with Colorado in the last hour have fallen through. So... I'm guessing the demanding asking price on guys like him and OEL, they're just too much for teams to take on.
As I broke when Alan was on here, the Maple Leafs will get a second and third round pick. You bet your bottom dollar before 3 p.m. that McMahon will get a second or third round pick, maybe even both, uh, from whatever team. Maybe Detroit. I hear now Detroit, but again, McMahon. Apparently, I can't believe we're spending trade deadline day talking about a McMahon, and we're not talking about Vince McMahon. Justin,
Yeah.
can you believe that? We're not even talking about Vince McMahon. We're talking about Bobby McMahon. All right, is that guy? He's ruling the trade deadline there. Okay, but I still can't believe that Buffalo hasn't done anything yet. Okay, and we're less than we're 7 minutes. Ange, how long can you stay here? Because I know
7 minutes.
so you have to go at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because I know Taylor's coming in at 3, and then Mark Swalinsky at 3:15. Can you come on like in the 3 o'clock hour or 4?
Maybe. I'll
Till
try.
about 4:15.
I'll try. Let's get these guys to do something. Like, let me have something to actually talk about.
Well, that's not Justin's fault. It's the NHL GMs. They're not doing anything.
Well, call
Yeah.
them up then.
The
Call them.
Backstreet Boys. Come on.
This
All
has
right.
been a very slow deadline. That's the reality of the situation. So
Yeah, they're
All
very
right.
slow. Okay, if you want to come back, like I said, at 3 o'clock we got Taylor Woods coming on, and at 3:15 we got Mark Swalinsky. I want you to pick the Mark Swalinsky is also a book writer as well. So
Oh.
he not only does sports, he writes books, and he's an antique car guy. So, and Taylor Woods, she right now in Columbus, part of the Arnold Schwarzenegger Strong Woman Man competition. So I'm going to ask Taylor, can she pick up Justin and you together?
Yo,
Right?
she
And
could
then that
easy for
she
sure.
picked up a car last week,
I
700
know.
pounds. I taught her
She's-
everything she knows. All
yeah,
right.
don't piss her
Taught her
off.
everything you know. So what? Yeah, piss her off. So one last thing before you go. Once again, because Justin needs to write this down. Justin, you have a Roku TV, a smart TV in your house?
I actually have one right next to me. I don't really use it a lot, but I do
All
have
right.
one.
Can you do me a favor? Wait. Can you do me a favor? Can you turn it on, and can you go type out what does he have to type out, Ange?
Fired up.
Fired Up Network, right? Fired Up Network. Type it
Yeah,
out.
but if you
see
just
if
search
that comes
fired up, all one word, it'll come up as well.
I will
Okay,
do that
search-
later. 'Cause
What do you
I
mean
think
later?
actually-
You're doing live on Ninja Live. We need
yeah,
more.
that's why. Because
downloads.
I'm on right now, so I will do it later.
All right. So there you go. So again, Ange will hopefully be back soon. If not, have a great weekend, Ange. We'll talk during the week, and that's it. And hopefully
something
the Maple
happens.
Leafs do something.
Hopefully something
Yeah,
happens.
if something happens, I'm going to text you, and you say we come on because the Maple
Okay.
Leafs have traded for
Got
a
it.
bag of pucks.
Got
All
it.
right? So
I
that's
want to go. Yeah, I'm just hopping off a little bit early because I want to go give our friend Mark a call. He just needs a friend, so I'm gonna give him a quick call before my next.
Oh yeah. So once again, I said it, but maybe because you're on, you would say it also. Go ahead, tell everybody who we're talking about.
Yeah, so Mark Everett Kelly, two-time Emmy Award winner. Broadcasting award winner, right? We are
wait. Since you're killing it already, listen. The person is gonna wait.
Because I never do it.
Mark Everett Kelly, the two-time Emmy Award winner for
Okay, I had it
ESPN.
right.
Are we wasting our time doing this? Listen, just Mark Everett Kelly, the two-time Emmy Award winner for ESPN. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, he just lost his mom, and his birthday is also coming up. So just extra thoughts and prayers are with him and his family, friends during this difficult time. It's going to be a hard birthday for him to celebrate, but we're thinking of him. So I'm going to go give
His
him a call.
birthday is on Sunday, March 8th, which is also International Women's Day. I believe you're a woman, Ange, right?
Yes.
Okay. So happy International Women's Day.
Thank
to
you. But actually, I've been seeing it's International Women's Month now. It's not just
Yes,
today.
month, but it's wait a minute. See, I'm the president of the province of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America.
Okay, then in
soon to
that
run-
case, can you change it so that we don't have to do the time change this weekend? Because that would be great.
I'm getting to it. I was going to surprise everybody at the end of the show. You're breaking
Okay.
everything. Why don't you carry on to do the 2
I
hours
am.
more?
I'm leaving
So,
now.
come on.
Bye, guys.
By the way, we have 228 live viewers right now. So, Ange, you want to ask them, how's my hair looking?
It looks great.
Never. Yeah, no.
You got a weird part though on the
Look
side there.
at that. Like, oh,
Yeah, you parted it differently today.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Talk
I'm
to you guys
parting the
later.
key.
Hopefully something
All right,
happens
I'll
in the
see you in
next
half an hour. Okay.
120 seconds.
Okay. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right. So, Justin, we're coming up to the 3:00 hour. You hear anything?
No, this has certainly been the deadline of all time. I'll tell you that much. This has been brutal. It doesn't sound like any of these deals are getting done. Like even the Philadelphia Flyers, they were putting Rasmus Ristolainen in the market today, and they had a price, and they've stuck to it. So he's not going anywhere. Robert Thomas is not going anywhere. Kadri's not going anywhere. Bobby McMahon supposedly is not going anywhere. So it's amazing that this has been the deadline of all time.
All right. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take a minute or two, or actually maybe not, because we're gonna be joined by somebody right now, and that's Taylor Woods. Taylor Woods, say hi to your good friend Ron
Taylor,
Ross
freaking
enemy, who you punched out, who you body slammed, who you Paul drove, and all that. It's Justin Levine. Go ahead.
Taylor, I haven't seen you in so long. How you doing?
Wait, we can't hear you, Taylor. We can't hear you. It's
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yes, we
Yeah.
can hear you now.
How are things?
How are you?
Wait a minute. Hold on. I gotta tell everybody, where are you right now?
I'm in Columbus, Ohio.
And what are you doing in Columbus, Ohio?
Tomorrow I get to lift a lot of weights and compete at the Arnold.
Awesome.
Wait a minute, Justin, relax. The Arnold. What does the Arnold mean? Like you say that like it's a big thing. What does Arnold mean? Like you're lifting up weights at the Arnold. What is that?
Well, I think everyone knows Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's been in some films, big bodybuilder, so he's created this.
He's a little bit bigger than me. I know.
A little bit bigger. Yeah, he's still chest pressing. He's still moving. He's still doing all the workouts and stuff. He looks pretty good for his age. So, but he puts on a festival every year down in Columbus, and it's big this year. Like there's so many people here. So yeah, with the strongman. So there's the strongman competition runs Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm competing with a few others Saturday and hopefully Sunday. So yeah, I'm out in Columbus. Should have caught a Blue Jackets game last night. Supposedly the tickets were nice and cheap. I should have caught it, but oh well. I should look at that over the weekend to see if they're playing.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on. When you say catch a Blue Jackets game, the tickets are really cheap. They're not as cheap as the Maple Leafs at like $1,000 a seat, right?
I think they're cheaper than that. And even though I think you're going to get a better show watching the Blue Jackets versus the Maple Leafs right now, but not sure what the Maple Leafs are doing. I think they still kind of have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I think they're kind of still hoping, and if people are hoping, they're then hoping for their jobs pretty much.
By the way, before we continue on, we forgot to mention Digit Murphy says hi, how are you? And looking forward to doing more shows with you on female empowerment movement. And Justin, me and Justin have been doing this show since 11:30.
Wow.
And thank God, because I chose 11:30 instead of 8 a.m. This guy says he wanted to do 8 a.m. I'll pick up my hair by then. So far, nothing big has happened. Braden Shen has been traded.
Yeah.
He's been traded to the Islanders, and Corey Perry went to Tampa Bay, and
that's
it.
Just
it's
3 p.m. brother got traded too.
Winnipeg
over to their defense, but they're not a contender.
No.
So I
So
think they're
hold
just
on. Let me ask you a question. You speak about Winnipeg, okay? Winnipeg, Connor Hallbuck, gold medal, American goalie winning, and this year not making. Last year he was the Vezina. He should have won the Vezina this year, but trading these two defensemen, okay, to the Buffalo Sabres, Winnipeg with Stanley there and all that. And you're a fan of Winnipeg, you're from Winnipeg and all that. What does the Buffalo Sabres acquire from those two players?
I think they just acquire experience, right? Okay, like you had a Buffalo team that hasn't been in the playoffs, nor even in any contention. It's like, hey, these guys have talent. These guys have talent. That's great, right? It's the same talk with like the Montreal Canadiens. Hey, these guys have talent. These guys have talent. That next step is experience. And even though like they're cheaper rental options, right? Winnipeg's getting some like they have to still pay some salary for Luke Shen. But they need that experience in order to make that run if they want to kind of flip the switch, especially in an Eastern Conference that everyone's kind of struggling. Like those top teams, they're struggling now. Like they were doing good over the last couple of years, and it's like, hey, where are you? Like, what have you done? And those teams are trying to looking through their management. It's like, hey, what are we supposed to do? And right now, it's about youth, which I think is okay. But at the same time, like one, you got to provide loyalty to your players. You got to trust what they're doing. And two, it's just you got to kind of focus on the hockey IQ, the skill development from even that AHL level or even where you kind of pulled them from. So it's going to be tough. I think it's going to be kind of a very, let's say, polar ice type couple of years, just because players, like coaches don't know what to do with their players. There's going to be an abundance of players, but like, are these players good at this level? And coaches aren't going to have any tolerance. They're just going to get rid of a lot of different people for no particular reason, because they need that revenue coming in.
All right, Justin, any question of your good friend Taylor?
No, but I do have a trade. Bobby McMahon has been traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs to the Seattle Kraken.
Okay, so he's just going back.
Yeah, then they're going to try and get a contract with him done once the season's over.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't even have to ask. Did I not tell you, Justin, they're going to trade Bobby McMahon, and it's not going to be for a first-round pick. It's going to be for a second or third. And I guarantee you in the next 5 minutes, we're going to get details. Bobby McMahon has got traded to the Kraken, so let's get Kraken. It's a second or third-round pick. And again, nobody's going to credit the president of the provinces of Canada. Now, we got Taylor Woods here. Taylor, my mind's a little bit foggy. A couple of years ago, you were playing for the Toronto Six. Justin was there and all that. And did you not score the game-tying goal in the Isabel Cup as predicted months ago by the president?
Yeah. It was a good moment.
Not
I think it's just,
surprised.
hey,
You
you kind of you have to be that competitor, and like anyone was a better competitor in that moment. I just felt it all game, and again, it's that hockey IQ, which it's like, hey, you're trying to tell management, can you read this new hockey IQ? Because it is a little bit different. It's a little bit faster. Okay, your reads are a little bit more jagged. It's a little bit more north-south, even though there's a lot of east-west play. So you got to have people that, hey, can we read this? And then can we hold on to trust these people for a long amount of time? And what is that length of time? This kind of goes back to Toronto, okay? Like, hey, they trusted their core. They're a little bit more of that older breed, even though they're still pretty young. But they trusted their core a little bit too long. It was a little bit too old for that core. And they just didn't have that new flavor, right? So it's like, hey, like, who could produce a core, whether it's 2, whether it's 4 players, okay, what can they do? How long is this going to be? And what can they add to this just type of play, right? And I think that's where management needs to kind of look.
All right, Taylor, we're joined by former Toronto Star, I guess an insider for the Fired Up Network now. He's, I think, I don't recognize that home, so he's probably in a Florida home, enjoying his retirement, his millions and millions of dollars there. It's Mark Swerlinski. Mark, you're joined by Justin Levine and Taylor Woods here. Mark, this has been the worst trade deadline ever. I watched paint dry faster than this trade deadline here. Justin came off with just breaking now. Justin, tell Mark the latest trade that you had.
Yeah, we've got Bobby McMahon going from Toronto to Seattle, so the Leafs finally did something. It's probably for a second round pick, and then we'll get him back in the summer. And then Justin Falk, as I predicted a little while ago, has gone from St. Louis to Detroit.
Did Sabres just do a big trade with Winnipeg? Did I get that, or am I way behind on that?
That was yesterday.
Yeah, they traded. Yes, that was last night. They got Stanley.
Okay, so I'm way behind on it as usual. I love
Justin.
Buffalo, as Justin might know.
And by the way, wait, hold on. Am I right? Am I right, Mark?
What's that?
Am I right? Does this look like a Florida home or not? Where
I'm
are you
actually
now?
upstairs.
In Florida?
No, I was in Florida last week, but
You're upstairs.
I'm back. I'm just upstairs in another room. So,
all right. So I'm going to tell you this. I want to ask Taylor one question, but Taylor right now is in Columbus at the Arnold Schwarzenegger tournament. All right. So Taylor, I'm going to ask you this: the PWHL. First of all, I hate the PWHL. The only reason I'm talking about it is because Justin's here, but I can't believe they have a player like you who's a great defenseman. You can play offense, defense, scored the game-tying goal in the Isabel Cup, and you can't find a job. What kind of people are running the PWHL? Is it Justin Levine running the PWHL or what?
Nope.
How do you feel when you watch players playing ladies hockey and you're not there? Do you feel like I could kick her ass?
I kind of just stay off. I watch a couple games here and there, but I'm still in the sport, so I got to kind of be as positive as I can. But I'm still playing. I'm still around. I'm going to go to Hong Kong. I'm going to play some hockey. But yeah, I know, Justin, my hockey IQ. I know my worth. I know how I play, and yeah, if people don't see that, then that's their fault. That's their issue.
Wait a minute. Did you just say you're going to Hong Kong to play hockey?
Yeah, end of April.
That's awesome.
And are they pay? Hold on. Are they? And by the way, that trade for the Maple Leafs is a second and a fourth round pick. Second round pick in 27, fourth round pick in 28.
No, 26.
Second and
26.
And Justin Falk got traded to Detroit for a first round pick and a third round pick. A first and third for Justin Falk. All right. But you mentioned playing in Japan there. Okay. Are they paying Canadian, American, or yen? That's all I want to know.
No, it's gonna be in Canadian. They're just getting
wait, hold on. Who is your agent, Mark Solinsky? First of all, you get an American dollars. You get American dollars. Number one.
Keeping it simple.
No.
My last PWHL contract should have been in Canadian. Well, actually, we negotiated it. I thought we were negotiating in US, but then she was negotiating in Canadian. So when this popped to me, it's like, ooh. All right. So you got to know your dollars, I guess, right?
How long are you going for? What is this for a tournament?
Yeah, just a tournament, just 2 weeks.
Nice.
Yeah.
That should be a lot of fun.
Have you ever played in Japan?
It's gonna be a blast.
Good for you.
Have you ever played in Japan?
Hong Kong.
Taylor, are you going with any other former Toronto Six players at all?
No, I'm just gonna go out. I'm gonna meet the team in Dubai. So hopefully it kind of clears up the airspace a little bit, and I'm gonna go travel with them to Hong Kong, play in the tournament there, and then come back. I should be back in Canada May 12th.
Nice
stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. That
First
sounds
of all,
like
I don't even know.
Good for you.
I don't know what language Hong Kong is, but do you know anything from Hong Kongian or whatever? The language of Hong Kong, or I could teach you some. Just show me the money. Show me the money, and that's it. Show me the money. That's it. All right. Now, let me ask you this: you're from Winnipeg, and obviously you still follow hockey and all that. I just have to ask one. I don't know if it's a bad thing or whatever. You followed the Olympics, the ladies, the men's side. U.S. and Canada. Basically, what were your thoughts when you were watching the final game, U.S. Canada? First of all, on the ladies' side.
Um, like the Canadian team fought pretty hard. I think it was like for everyone. I thought they were going to get blown out. I even said that, and I think we're talking about is like, hey, like the U.S. just has a little bit more speed. Um, yeah, Canada is just, hey, like you're playing your guns, you're trusting in your guns, and you got to play as a full team. Like, okay, going out there, like you need some sort of momentum. You need a kind of a transition somewhere, and that comes from different parts of your lineup as well. So they just didn't have that, and they ran thin, and you could kind of see the injury report from both sides. So it's just like, hey, like even though it was a pretty epic game, it could have been something like it could even had a little bit more based on all the injuries that were reported. But hey, you know what? They're so like they're pretty content or just satisfied as a group, saying, hey, you know what? We know this is they're kind of turning the table on it. So good for them. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. For the men's side, you know what, like that goal, Canada was the better team, but like you got to play both ends, right? When they were skating back for that puck, they were thinking about offense in the defensive zone, and the U.S. right got their moment and they capitalized. Not so happy that both U.S. teams kind of won, because especially right now in 2026, there's a lot of bragging rights, there's a lot of talking that doesn't really need to happen. But I guess if they're trying to create storylines and stories on stories, that's the way to do it, and the U.S. will do it for everyone. So. But yeah, they played well. I think Canada was the better team, and I hope that they include NHL players in the future.
Taylor, let me ask you this, okay? If you ever went to the White House, would you accept McDonald's?
No. No, like I don't know who thought about that, but again, it's just a storyline on a storyline. Like they should have made like a walrus out of the two fries. Like it's like, hey, call this your 5-year-old. But hey, like whatever humor they want to have.
Okay, so in final question about PWHL, and if you guys want to chime in, then we'll go because there's a couple more trades that just happened. Who's your pick for the Walter this year?
I think the second half is going to be, it's just going to be a different season, right? People are coming back. People are going to be banged up from the Olympic break. Hey, what are rosters going to do? I think it's just going to be kind of a toss-up. I wouldn't be surprised that if the Frost did come back to win it, but Boston's doing pretty well with kind of the group that they had. So I'm just going to go the Frost again, from kind of the ear that I have on it right now. I haven't really paid attention to too much. Just because there's a lot more talk around the Olympics and talk around women's hockey in general. But that would be my pick.
All right, just another trade just coming, and then Mark, your thoughts on all the trades so far. But Anaheim and Calgary have made a trade. Calgary got Ryan Strome, the centerman, for a 7th-round pick in 27. And once again, the Maple Leafs trade. They traded Bobby McMahon to Seattle for a 2027 second-round pick and a 28th 4th-round pick. Justin Falk goes from St. Louis to Detroit for Justin Hall. I say Justin Hall because you know him. A 1st-round pick and a 3rd-round pick. Your thoughts on all these trades, first of all, Mark?
Kind of like what the Leafs did, only in that they got rid of a player with of all the players they probably could have gotten rid of. McMahon's down at $1.35 million cap hit. I was hoping they could do more because we all, read the headlines, read the stories about, they need more prospects in the cupboard, but everyone else was quite higher. Yarncroc, Lawton, OEL, they're all up in the 2 to 3 million, 3.5 million range. And as we know, you've got to declare your roster to be cap compliant in the playoffs, whereas you didn't have to last year. So that might have limited everything, and probably I think there was an very outside market on Riley, which I would have liked to see him go to get a new team and a new start somewhere. But I do, I don't know if we're going to see everything yet because the trades are
Scott Lawton has been traded. Sorry, Mark. Scott Lawton, I don't know yet who they got for him, but it looks like Scott Lawton has been traded as well.
Good. That's a $3 million cap hit, so that's pretty good. Maybe the Leafs ate some salary there. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to the Kings.
Kings needed. Yeah, they've got injuries, and of course they lost. Can't remember the guy from during the Olympics. They're
Fiala.
That's right. As far as the other trades go, sorry, I'm a Buffalo fan. I'll be a Buffalo fan for the rest of my life, so I really want to see them do well. I think they did well with that after Parayko. And I really like what the Islanders did today. And I thought the Islanders came out maybe as a dark horse winner, if you ever want to talk about who was a winner and loser in these sweepstakes. Of course, we all want to look at the Leafs, and I don't know what you guys think, but I would seriously think there's an opportunity to re-sign McMahon in the summer and get him back here as part of the top six next year. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that, but
yeah, I believe that's what they're going to do. Justin said it also, so
yeah. Again, I guess there isn't anything earth-shattering out there. Good fun, all the same. What was the number of trades overall? Did we see that?
No, because they're trickling in now like crazy. Till about half an hour, there are only like 4 or 5. This has been the worst trade deadline that I can remember. So
yeah, we just got the other half of the Shen trade from New York. The Islanders have dealt Drouin to St. Louis.
Okay. Well,
so here's the trade for Brendan Shen. I got it now. Braden Shen goes to the Islanders. Jonathan Drouin to St. Louis for a first-round pick, a third-round pick, and Marcus Gediff.
Okay. Well, first-round pick's always good, obviously. So Shen's worth that. So
yeah.
I would when the numbers come in, I would love to see how many trades there were, and I would love to see how many first-round picks were moved. Just curious. And compare it to other years. Maybe that's something we can revisit in another show. Just do a real breakdown of it once all the numbers become available. I don't know what you guys think again, but I think it's. I mean, for team in contention, giving a first rounder away is good, but I think it's getting harder and harder to give first rounders away in trades, especially rental type situations. So. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just always curious about that. What trends we're seeing, and if these trends are going to break one way or another. And to me, like I said, first round picks are pretty. I think they're special. I think that the draft, although this year's draft is like last year's draft, it's top heavy. There's also some good defensemen in it this year, which I think would be a big priority for the Leafs. And the Leafs have what I feel are 2 really good defensemen with the Marlies in Cade Weber and William Villeneuve. And I like Weber because he's and Taylor, you might be able to address this better than I could, but Cade's 6'6" right-handed shot. I mean, you just don't. That doesn't grow on trees. No. And I would love your thoughts on. For lack of a better word, no replacement for displacement. And I think the Leafs, even though they have Brandon Carlo, I think they could use all the big bodies they could get on the blue line.
Yeah, big bodies, and even just like the younger guys, they're not going to be afraid to go in there. It's like, hey, I got to win this puck battle. Like, see how they scrap in there. But they also need to have that experience going through. So having like picking your one guy, whether it's going to be Riley or not, right? Whether it's going to be Carlos or not, it's like you got to pick your one guy to show, hey, like how can you use this experience? How can you be mature in front of the net, but still have your horses in the corner, your shots at the blue line, that little bit more dynamic that you need from those younger guys.
Yeah, I agree. And I think 1 6'6", 2 a right-handed shot.
Yeah.
3's I don't know if people believe in plus minus anymore, but he is leading the Marlies at plus 17. I mean, I don't know how this is going to work, because I guess the roster freeze comes soon, but I'm wondering if they get him up here and why he wasn't up earlier. And again, if we're speaking about the Leafs defense, and you can't trade McCabe, and Riley was untradeable, and I think if those moves are going to happen, they'll happen in the summer more. But I would love to see what this kid can do. I think he's under 25, if I'm not mistaken. He has, let me know. Don't know how many NHL games experience he has, if he has any, but that's I don't know. I'm a big fan. Always talked about it with Chris Pronger. Randy Carlyle, when he coached the Leafs, was a big fan. Pat Quinn was a big fan of Big D. And maybe I'm stretching the envelope too far here, but I just did not see, even though the Leafs have big guys on D, I just didn't see them being strong physically enough, to win, as Taylor said, puck battles, to win consistently, and to consistently box people out in front of the net, to be a tougher team to play against. And my immediate thought is put somebody big in there. At least they can get position, get a stick on if somebody's got the inside on them. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see that. And I was hoping that we'd see a little bit more action with the Leafs trading away some of their D. But again, with the high prices and the cap compliance in the playoffs, it's the first year they're going to do it. So that might have made it tough. That might have actually had an effect overall on the market. So we'll see. We'll see. There's lots to think about there.
It looks like Florida is very close to re-signing Sergei Bobrovsky on a 2-year deal. Justin, you have anything on that?
I do not right now. I just heard that they were getting close. So I was waiting for official word. So nothing until it's done, I guess.
And again, I don't know if we reported it, but the LA Kings have acquired Scott Lawton from the Maple Leafs.
Yeah.
So that's the
move.
latest.
You look at the veteran guys like Lawton, like Perry. They're in demand. It's like the Olympics, kind of like a side analogy here. How many 35 and 40-year-olds won medals in the Olympics? There's a lot to be said for experience. And again, Taylor, you'd be able to attest to this, just how advanced training is, nutrition is, to be able to, and to be able to have a 30 and 40-year-old athlete perform at a pro level. I'm enjoying the hell out of that, being a 65-year-old myself. So that's great to see. And Scott, as you guys know, is a real good teammate on and off the ice. And again, Taylor, you could talk towards that, just how important that is to a team in the playoffs.
Oh, for sure. And you play as a group, and that's why, I think even some of these teams, on the Olympic side, have stuck with a lot of similar pieces over the time, because it's they know for sure, and there's no doubt when it's hey, you're going into the corner, you're going to be battling, and you're going to be doing your job, and in every situation, you're going to be doing your job, right? So as soon as you go in with even a good character guy, there's going to be no doubt. It's hey, you're doing your job, no doubt. You're going to do all the things with the team, no doubt. And then you get to play, you get to play with a lot of speed in the game. Even though it's not foot speed, it's still game speed.
Yeah.
Taylor, we have a question. It's not a hockey question per se, but we have a question from Ryan Henderson Vic. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Since you're playing hockey and now you're at the Arnold, can you take us through what it takes to, if you have to lose, it says 12 pounds in 12, it says 12 pounds in 12 minutes, which is impossible, but let's say 12 pounds in a day, what you have to do to lose that?
A lot of sweat, not a lot of food, but just sweating. You got to prepare for that
When
before.
you say sweating, what does that mean? Working out?
You got to have good nutrition.
When you
When do
say
you
sweating,
start, Taylor? When
Go
do you
ahead.
start cutting for an Arnold? Like you're gonna bulk, and then when do you start cutting?
Yeah, this one I didn't have to cut for. Like I went up a weight class. So, but typically, like I would start probably about 2.5 to 3 months out of thinking about, hey, what am I going to do for this cut? Make sure my macros are set, and then just make sure, like throughout the time, like I still have energy throughout my training. Because it's not, I like the nutrition part too is also about recovery. So if I'm not eating enough, then my recovery is not going to be there, and then I could get hurt during training.
What do you look at in terms of, say, you're a day or two out? What are you really focusing on nutrition-wise, in particularly carbs? Because maybe I don't know if, like everybody says, yeah, you got to cut down on the carbs, but I've seen and read about people who actually might take a bit more carb on to really pronounce cuts. I guess it's based on on the way their systems metabolize this type of thing and insulin release and all that. But what are you looking at a day, 2 days out in terms of eating?
Not a lot. So in terms of even like strongman, so like it's also different in terms of like what sport you do, right? And how you demand, how you kind of want to show and what you can deplete. So like for me, like, yeah, I'll still eat carbs and everything, but like my carbs aren't going to be like a Caesar salad of what people are thinking. It's going to be more like something that has quick sugar that could get into my system that I need, that I could flush it out right away. And it's a lot of just depleting in water, right? Because I'm gonna try to dehydrate myself to be able to make weight.
Good stuff.
All right, hold on. We have one more trade here that just occurred, and it's a former Maple Leaf. Vancouver can. Oh, you have that, Justin? Because
I
you're
don't
loud.
actually, and I gotta go. So enjoy the rest of the day. Take care, and good to see
All right,
everyone.
Justin.
Take care, Justin.
Thanks a
Nice
lot
seeing
for-
you.
Nice seeing you guys. Bye.
Take care. That's Justin Levine. I say the Elliot Friedman of the Fired Up Network, but Vancouver received a 6th-round pick to Washington for David Camp. All right, another former Maple Leaf going to a new team, and just occurred now, 6th-round pick for David Camp. And by the way, Mark, if you haven't heard, Washington also got Timothy Liljegren
Yep.
from San Jose today.
Yeah, so they got 3 former Leafs there now.
Yeah, so that's huge there. That's huge. So again, that is what happened there. But Vancouver finally making another move because Vancouver was selling off everybody. Put it that way.
Yeah,
Selling off
Yeah,
everybody, and there. But sorry, go ahead. You were having a great conversation with Taylor there, and Taylor again. I don't have to. There's another trade. Vancouver got another 6th-round pick for Lucas Reichel to Boston. Vancouver and Boston. Boston receives Lucas Reichel for a 6th-round pick. So Vancouver did the last 2 trades here, and Vancouver, and it's we're gonna have. I don't think we're gonna have any big name stars because it's already like 3:30. But trades are trickling in there probably till 4. But that's what we have there. Taylor, I know. Like you're talking with Mark about training, about the Arnold and all that. But I want to emphasize this, and Mark, you could attest to this. A former hockey league player going, and this is not your first time at the Arnold, right, Taylor? And I believe you won gold medals and all that. Take us through how you the mindset going from playing hockey, being on the ice to being a team sport to being all about yourself because nobody's helping you like lift up a car except yourself.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest things and the biggest parallels is just kind of just keeping, hey, like what you can control and what you can do. So I just try to focus on those details and then express them. Like on the ice, you could kind of hit someone, or you could go down and skate. You could do different things. You could maybe yell at the ref for the other team. Whereas like when you're on the floor, you need all that energy that you need to put into your lifts because it's only like a 60-second event. Sometimes it's only like 15 seconds. So you need as much energy as you can to be that dynamic to put into that type of training. So it's the same sort of input, but definitely different outputs.
You got to be disciplined.
For sure.
What's your favorite lift?
Deadlift.
What are you hauling now?
On a trap bar, I've lifted 650.
Good for you. Wow.
I'm hoping to lift over 500 pounds this weekend for a deadlift.
What are the
500
other?
pounds.
Is that competition a combination of the 3 lifts, or are you just entered in dead, or do you?
No. There's so we got the events beforehand. So there's like an overhead medley, deadlift. We're doing a hand over hand. So we're grabbing a rope that's attached to a sled, and we're just hauling it down like the floor pretty much. And then there's one more event. I should know all these, but my mind's going in different spots. For me, it's just like I'm gonna go on the floor and I'm just gonna compete and do as well as I can. I'm in a no worry situation, so as long as I kind of just show up and do my thing, that's all I need to do.
Good stuff.
All right. Before we conclude here, I'm gonna close out the NHL trade line show, but I got Mark Zielinski and Taylor Woods here. Mark, I gotta ask you about the Blue Jays. Spring training now, where it's a World Baseball Classic and all that. The Blue Jays, they came within a hair of winning the World Series.
Should have won it.
Should have won it. The ball got stuck in the wall, and not even Taylor with the power she has could take the ball out of the wall there. So, but what do you expect from the Blue Jays? They're having a terrible spring. But let's face it, they're having a bad spring. They're like 2-7. But what do you expect this year from the Jays?
To win it all. Not going to
And do you
sit
think
there.
we're going to win it all?
Yes, I do. I do believe that, and moves that we probably would have wanted them to make in the offseason, i.e., get another bat. Because the guy they got from Baltimore, who's injured again, didn't come.
Yeah, Santander.
Yeah, so you would have liked to, see some of the top 2 guys come here, but those moves can be made at as the season progresses. They have a very deep team, and I don't think right now that and especially with 6-7 guys who could go in the rotation, they'll probably start with a 6-man rotation this year, or at least to start the season. Given all of that, and given the good arms in the bullpen, because I always believe you can never have enough pitching, but given that, I don't think you can look at this. I'm not saying World Series or bust, and that it would be a disappointment if they didn't win, but I think that's a realistic goal to win the East and win the AL and get back to where they were for another shot at it. I don't think that's like a long shot or any kind of wishful thinking right at this point in the season. Spring training, they won spring training last year and that set things up, but they've got a lot of experience, a lot of good young players as well. I think that's very fair, at least from my point of view, to put them right back in the World Series and to win it.
And Taylor, you want to ask Mark anything? You want to ask him about antique cars? The guy has legends of antique cars.
Boring.
What do you mean boring? Come on, antique cars.
If you ever looked at not that I do anymore because I'm 65 and I was never really high on a dating scene, but every time I saw a piece of advice about dating, it said, do not talk about cars. So I don't think I should carry over onto the air here either, talking about my love for muscle cars and drag racing, because you'll lose your audience very quickly. Although I could talk about it for 10 hours if you want.
So let's close out with the NHL here. With all the trades so far that the Maple Leafs done and all that, how long for them to get back to the playoffs? Is it a year? Is it
next year?
Really?
You got it. You can't sit with Nylander and Matthews. Waste this year. I mean, Nylander, you look at him play last night, he always gets jacked about mailing it in, but you're wasting his time, right? And I'm not deciding you've got to compete. Taylor will know much better than I do. It doesn't matter where you are, what time of the year is, even if it's the last 5 minutes in the last game of the year, you've got to compete. So if Nylander isn't doing that, and that's obviously what I'm insinuating, you're wasting time. You can't. This year's a waste, right? Like, seriously, it's a waste. Matthews has got 26 goals. I don't know if he's hurt. He's way off. He's trying very hard to play a 200-foot game. God bless him. But he's way off of where he should be. It's a waste of time. So next year, yeah, like as much as we want to talk about getting draft picks and prospects, I think the you've got to get back in the playoffs next year. And, if this management coaching group is going to be given a chance to do that, they better get it right this summer. This summer is probably the most important summer they're going to have in the last decade.
Okay, and getting it right this summer, does that mean GM is still around? Does that the coach still around, or would you change it?
I don't know. Brian Burke once said that it doesn't matter who's the GM or who's the coach. I mean, it does matter. But he said the players make us look good or they make us look bad. We're not freaking geniuses here. We do what we think is right. We try. We all have knowledge. We spend our lives at it. But once you drop the puck, it's the players who make those choices and decisions, whether or not they're good or bad. I don't know what you guys have heard or what your sense is that whether or not this management coaching group will get a chance to fix it. I believe they probably will. I think they have enough pedigree to do that. If there was a change, I think it would be seen right away at the coaching level. And that's I'm not trying to disparage Berube, but again, and I don't know what you might think, Taylor, because you probably had a more experience with this, but sometimes a team is just not coachable. They're coachable, and the Leafs are coachable, but can you get consistency out of them? And I don't know if the 10 greatest coaches of all time could do that with that team. I don't know what you think, Taylor, but that's what I would offer as a thought is that if there is a change, it would come at the coaching level, but I doubt there's going to be changes. I think they're going to get a shot to fix it.
Yeah, no, I think this coach was Berube's been good. I think he's a little bit old school, and I don't think he's hit players in terms of, hey, let's create this relationship, trust this on the ice, and then go try to execute. Whether it's going to be an older version of execution, but there's no fire there at all, right? So they got to make a change, and it's easy for the coach just to say, hey, especially in a market like Toronto, it's hey, you got to get out. Let's make these changes coming in. There's a lot of people watching the Leafs anyway, so hey, let them put their flavor on it. Let the players come in and get excited about something, and even to just have those players come in and give players an opportunity. Hey, you have a great AHL system. Yeah. Give those players an opportunity, whether it's going to be full-time or part-time. You got to have those players come up and try to fuel this fire and just give it a different flavor. Right now, it's just old school. It's bland. And it's kind of people look and they walk away.
Exactly. All right, so hold on here. I have gotten the trade for Scott Watson. It's to the Los Angeles Kings for a third-round pick. So, Mark, you could speak on this. Last year at the trade deadline, the Maple Leafs acquired Scott Laughton for a first round and Nikita Gabriskin. And this year, they traded Scott Laughton for a third-round pick.
Well, Scott's a player, like we said, who's a character player, a glue-type player, really good in the dressing room too. So it doesn't surprise me that they got him. It doesn't surprise me that someone else wants him this year now that the Leafs are obviously out of it. They're obviously probably trying, I would say, probably at least a half dozen players, starting with Riley, Ekman-Larsson, probably Yarncroc, I would say, and McCann, of course, Stetcher. I think there was probably interest in Stolarz, and I bet they would have wanted to get rid of Domi and Michelli as well, both of whom are well over $3 million on cap hit. Again, those type of moves happen in the summer, but Scott is my nephew used to play hockey with him at St. Mike's several years ago, and my nephew's now a pretty qualified triathlete, and I'm actually very happy, and I got to catch up to him one of these days, which I won't, but watch him in the shape that he's in is incredible. So I kind of based on that, I'd seen Scott when he was a high school kid, and it's interesting, and you can just see the way he talks that he cares, and there's that's not something you can train. That's not something a coach can give you. That's not something, as they say, money can buy. If you care and you want, to get in that dressing room every day, you want to report to the rink. That's the highlight of your day, which it damn well should be. But then again, you go into a game and you're not comfortable. You're not satisfied. Again, that's something that Randy Carlyle always used to say, that a hockey player cannot be comfortable. Going to you want to love and see your teammates, but when you're on the ice, you're playing for something. You're playing for your team. You want to win. You're playing for your city, but you're also playing for yourself, and you can't be comfortable, with a contract situation, unless, of course, you've got something like 7 or 10 years. But Randy always used to say, and I never got along with Randy, but I appreciated what he said, is that it struck a tone with me about how to approach your daily business with a certain level of, yes, obviously confidence and belief, but being uncomfortable, because you have to create something every day, and you will be judged on that, and that's where the uncomfort level comes in. And I really enjoy that. I enjoy the philosophy behind it, the mindset. And now that I'm retired, I've gotten to be a little lazy and all that type of thing. I don't compete for something, even though it's newspaper. It's not physical, but you do have to compete for something. You can't just show up and write stories. It has to be something that's worth reading. I thought I was good at it. I wasn't great at it. So I, want to get back and do things, learn things, and actually get in better shape and be uncomfortable with who I am right now. And I think that's something that Lawton embraces, is, that type of thing that, like I said, you can't buy, that he brings because he believes in it. And that's how he's, that's the bolt of cloth he's cut from.
All right, just a side note about that trade. Again, it's for a 3rd-round pick, but it becomes a 2nd-round pick if the Kings make the playoffs. So it's a little bit more juicier. If the Kings make the playoffs, it becomes a 2nd-round pick. And John Gabriel Pajot has signed a 3-year extension with the Islanders. He signed a 3-year extension with the Islanders also. So the Maple Leafs, they got rid of McMahon, they got rid of Lawton, and so they have done a little bit of business. They got rid of Nicholas Waugh. They got a 3rd and a 4th, and now another 3rd, maybe a 2nd, and the 1st for Nicholas Waugh. So he has put some stuff in the cupboard there, and there's already rumors that Elliot Friedman saying that they are going to talk during the offseason about re-signing, McMahon there as well. So that should be interesting there. I'm a little bit surprised. I'm here looking at it, and I don't know about what you say, Mark. We're down to the final 5 minutes here. We're going to close it out. But are you surprised that Buffalo didn't do anything more, or Boston didn't do anything more?
Great question on Boston. Buffalo, to me, is probably the fastest team in the East. They've gone on the road, beat Vegas. They beat some damn good teams, and they've been playing lights out since December. I don't think they needed to do more. They just needed a piece or two, which is what they got on the blue line, and 2 good goalies. Again, I love Buffalo. I love the city. When we were still worse, when I was still working for the Star, nobody wanted to go to Buffalo, because it's Buffalo, right? I loved it. I absolutely loved going to that town. The rink was great. The people were great. Food was great. And I think, that team, obviously, that city needs a winner. They may just have one now. And I think they had done a very nice job. Something that we, if this was September and you're saying Buffalo, would they be in the position they're in now? You'd probably say no. You'd hope for it, but they've delivered. So I don't see this as being something alarming or concerning that they didn't do more. I think they've got a great team right where they are now, and I'm going to tune in as much as they can. I think the Leafs have them next week, so in Buffalo, I almost actually want to go down and see that game. That would be a fun game. Or
next Saturday.
Yeah, or go to Montreal. Also, probably the best city, best rink in the whole deal to watch it. Watch a game. What a great road trip either way.
So, Taylor, I'm going to go back to you for final thoughts and final question here. And Taylor, you're still playing hockey. You broke some news. Tell them in a couple weeks where you're playing again.
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong, and that's only for 2-3 weeks, right?
Yep.
So let's say, I'm not saying this year, it's already half the season, PWHL is over or whatever. Come September, October, if they call you, would you be interested in playing for the PWHL?
It depends on the location. Depends on the location. Depends on the money, right?
So when you say location, does that mean you won't play for Vancouver?
Vancouver's is a little far. Vancouver's a little far. How much I have to give up to travel out there and then start something out there? I don't think they would compensate me for how much that would be giving up around my area. But again, if the money dollar was there, then that's another question. But like they're paying over half their players like their minimum salary, even though they're covering some rental costs. It covers some rental costs. It doesn't cover all the rental costs. So they got to kind of make it worth a little bit more than what their base is. And
Which
their
is
base
30
is
grand, right?
Yeah,
And their high is 80.
that's what they say.
Yeah, the last time I talked to Marie Philippe, I had said, when are we going to see $1 million female player? She didn't have an answer, but she said one day it's going to come. And I don't know if it will.
Mm.
That's a hard one. And,
You can make $1 million without your salary. You're going to make
$1 million salaried player.
Yeah.
I don't know if that'll happen. Maybe I'm out to lunch on it, and I do think that if that league if it expanded by 4 teams, I think you would see at least the high end, the ceiling on the salary go up to 6 figures. That to me would that's where that league should be. I think the base salary should be 50 and a ceiling of say $1.25. That's to me what that league should be to start. And within, I'd say 5 years, you've got to start looking at some very serious coin for those players. And, get the, I know the ownership pays for everything now, and they're very deep pocketed. They really are. But I'm wondering, about like stuff like TV deals, merch, but especially TV deals. That's where they've got to work on that and get some very, if there is, I think the fan base is there. I think they've grown fan base and seen huge crowds enough that you can see some money go up, revenue go up, and then therefore salary go up.
And they have to protect most of their ecosystem and not just put it in their own pockets. So like those top end players, they are making a 6-figure deal. They just don't say. There's different deals behind, right? There's bonus, different structures, but it's that base, right? It's your base. That's the majority of your ecosystem. That's the majority of your team. And if you don't have a team, you don't have a league. And they are going to expand again this year, which they could handle, right? And it's about exposure. Right now, as a tour. It's still a tour. They're still trying to get it out there, and it's going to be a few years on their tour to get that marketing.
Okay, so
go ahead,
Joey. As we close it out, Mark, I've done a 5-hour show. Come on, it's as we close out the NHL trade deadline. This has been one of the worst trade deadlines. I've done it for the last 3-4 years. We were talking about 25 trades, 23 trades. Yeah. So far, there's 14 trades.
Yeah. So, again, Joy, I think it's just that you don't want to give anything away. Everybody probably, I think there's a lot more picks than prospects traded or veterans traded or whatever, rentals, whatever you want to call it. But the fact that this is the first year, you've got to be cap compliant. Because remember last year, I think Florida went in with the Kachuk on the LTIR, and 3 other teams, I think, used that loophole. That's not there anymore. So you got a guy on LTIR, he better be ready for April 1st or whenever the playoffs start, or you can't take advantage of that. You got to set your roster ahead of time, and every single game, your 20 skaters and 2 goalies or whatever you're going with has to be cap compliant. So that is it. Again, talking about guys like Riley, who's got 3 years at 7.5 million per cap hit per year. That's hard to trade. That's a summertime trade if anybody's actually going to be interested in that. And again, we all love Morgan. We talk, he's got a very nice groove with the local media, and very few people are going to call him out for his game, but his game is like it's been constant. Most goals against 5-on-5 in the league by far, and he's at this age he should be an all-star level defenseman every year. Look at Carlson that got traded from Washington. That guy's an all-star level defenseman. Morgan's game has fallen off, so you have to talk about trading. I mean, he needs. And I'm not trying again to sound disparaging or like I'm an expert, but he needs a change of scenery, and so do the Leafs on him. So I think given what his cap hit is, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson at 3.5, and even Yarncroc 2.1, that's hard to move in this year's market. So I think that's a small parcel that figures largely into why we're seeing a sub-performing trade deadline in terms of players moved and big names moved and stuff that we would normally be talking about, and you'd run out of time. We'd still have another show to talk about it.
All right, Taylor, as you mentioned, you broke news that you're going in Hong Kong to play. Anything else? First of all, good luck in the Arnold. Go get me a medal. Do you get medals? Do you get rings? Do you get what do you get when you win?
My first year we got a medal, and then my second year we got trophies.
Did you get to meet Arnold?
And how big is the trophy?
Sometimes sometimes he comes around and everything. I know he's here, so it depends on the events he wants to go to. But the trophies are fairly big. So
awesome. Yeah.
And do you teach him how to skate? Teach him how to skate, that guy.
Yeah, if he wants to. He needs to probably build up a little bit more ankle mobility first, but I can sure help him out.
All right, Mark, I haven't done it yet because I'm going to close it out with you. Now, listen, Taylor, he's written, how many books have you written, Mark?
4.
Wow.
4. Tell Taylor, because, there's nothing to do in Columbus. Columbus is a whatever. She needs to read books right now. So go to your favorite, what's the store, Kohl's, and it's probably 50 cents only, Taylor. Come on. Tell them about all your books.
Oh, gosh. I'm not going to tell you about all of them. They're boring. But I actually was slightly disappointed because you remember the last time around, and you were always very kind to me about, plugging my books for me. But my baseball book, the fiction book called Coop, about the minor league player coming of age in the 70s, which was when I played pro ball myself. So I drew a lot on my own kind of semi-autobiographical. But remember I was telling you that the glove, a Cooper glove, which is what I wore when I played with the Mets, actually is the narrator of the story because the glove sees everything. So that book, I have what I think is a deal on it, strictly digital. I did send it to CDG Books and Simon & Schuster, but since I haven't heard back from any of them in 6 months, I don't think they're interested. So I am kind of, obviously you want a full publishing house to take it, but fiction books are, and the publishing world is on its knees. Fiction books, especially for a nobody like me, is, that's a long shot to say the least. But I have a digital company that uses AI to market
Oh,
books. So say like on Amazon, you'll see the bestsellers on Amazon, and if you pay enough money, your book can appear right under it. So I have somebody working on that for me, and we're going to go over costs because that doesn't come cheap, right? It's probably about $8,000 or more to plug your book into that type of level, that atmosphere, that where you appear with bestsellers, and there's a bunch of other things that it works with. I'm going to try and learn that and see if I, and obviously don't have to spend. The deal that they're throwing at me is they take 75%, I get 25% of sales until they make their $8,000 back. Then it flips. So I might, given that, it's not going anywhere else unless I'll publish it myself, which is about $2,000, and then I'll market it myself, right? I might do that. I might just let someone else who's an expert do it, and we'll see. We're in the process of thinking about it. I've been sitting on this for a year and a half, so I'm in no hurry. But I think it's a good book. So, and every author is going to think his book's good, anyways. So we'll see. It's an interesting thing, and in a way, I'm glad it's taken so long because I'm no digital expert. I'm not on social media other than Twitter because I had to be. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on anything, Instagram or any of that stuff, TikTok. I do have nephews who are experts at it. One's a pro volleyball player in Germany. The other one's was one of the top volleyball players at York University, but he's a teacher now. They're very good at that type of stuff because, especially the kid in Germany, because he's had to market himself to stay at a certain level, and he's actually got a job out of that selling diamonds to one of the top industrial diamond producers in Germany. So he's 32 now. He's been able to get a family, not a family, but get a wife going. He actually got divorced. He's got a new girl now. So that stuff's all interesting, right? So in a way, like I said, I'm happy that it's been a little bit longer and a little tougher because it's forcing me to think outside my box, which is pretty narrow.
all right. Well, that's Mark Swilinski. Mark, you missed this place here, Scotiabank Arena, because we were there.
No,
for
I don't miss any of that. 41 years I did it. I love.
You don't miss me?
I miss you, yeah, but you don't want to see me. You just yell at me when we come online here.
I just
Taylor?
want.
He yells too much, doesn't he?
I want you to give me media passes. Come on, that's it.
You can have my media pass. I have a lifetime media pass gold card. Just flash it and you'll get in.
Where? To Maple Leafs?
Maple Leafs and Blue Jays, yep.
All right, I'll go to Blue Jays instead of Maple Leafs.
You can go any rink or any ballpark in the world, or in Major League Baseball, pardon me, or in the NHL. So
wait, my name's not Mark Swilinski. I'm better looking.
What? They're not going to look. You're better looking than I am.
They're not going to look. Look at my hair compared to
Gray your hair out
a
a bit. Put some gray in your hair and you'll pass.
If I, I have to put gray in my hair, I have to deal with Taylor and her, all these ladies, they're knocking down my door, Mark. I have that problem.
You and me both, Joe. You and me both.
Yeah, aren't they? Knock, knock. Somebody's at his door now. All right, but Taylor, again, thank you. I want to thank Justin Levine. Thanks to everybody who was on here. Taylor Woods, Digit Murphy, Angie, the Small Brothers. We had Rod Mahood on there, Norm on here. Everybody on there. That has been the NHL Trade Deadline Show here on the Fired Up Network. Remember, we're on Roku, all the smart TVs with Roku. And we have another trade. The last one of the Buffalo made a trade with, guess who? Winnipeg. Buffalo got Tanner Pearson for a 7th-round pick. Buffalo gets Tanner Pearson, a left winger, from Winnipeg for a 7th-round pick. So finally, Buffalo did another thing. It looks like Buffalo and Winnipeg are like best friends or something like that, but they did another trade there. So that sort of, 4 o'clock now.
So I know where my road trip's going to be.
Is it going to be in Winnipeg? Because that's where Taylor's from. No,
I haven't been to Winnipeg.
He doesn't want to say anything. So, look.
I haven't been to Winnipeg since I went with the Argos probably about 15, 20 years ago. I kind of miss it. It's a neat town.
All right.
Great to meet down. And
uh,
but Buffalo on the immediate horizon, yes.
Yeah, next week. And so give me a call. Maybe next week we'll go down in your antique car. Eh? And like,
No
because,
way
you
am
know,
I driving that in the winter. No way. You can come down in my Jeep.
It's March 14th. It's like 12 degrees. Come on.
No, that stays in a jewelry box.
In a jewelry box, not like not in like in a big garage or whatever.
Oh, it's in a big garage right now, climate controlled and everything. I'm
see,
a lot of people give me shit about that, but I don't care.
How many antique cars do you own?
5.
5, and the guy doesn't want to talk about antique cars. He owns 5.
Well, they're race cars, drag race cars, right?
I know they're drag.
Muscle
but
cars.
let me ask you a question: how much are antique cars? We talk about antique cars. What's your best antique car go for?
I surprisingly not much. My race cars go for a lot, for 6 figures. But I have a 49 Meteor, which I could show you a very quick picture. Very beautiful car. If I was to sell it, which is a rare car, and it's just absolutely beautiful car, I bet I wouldn't.
Wait a minute. We have another trade, and this is a major trade. A major trade. Sorry about that, Mark. Sorry.
No.
This is a
Go
major
ahead.
trade, probably the biggest of the day. Nazem Kadri has been traded from Calgary to Colorado. I don't know who's going in return yet. If we're on for another minute or two, I probably could find out. But Kadri has just been traded, well, not just, before 3 o'clock to Colorado from the Calgary Flames.
Excellent. Back to where he won the cup. Good for him.
That's big.
So that
big for
makes
him too. Yeah.
Colorado. That makes Colorado probably one of the favorites to come out in the,
yes,
of the
you would
NHL.
say so. Great sports town. You could go to Colorado, and all 4 of their major league teams would have packed houses.
And you know what that means? Colorado picked up 2 centers with Kadri, and they picked up Nicholas Waugh. Kadri more of an offensive guy, Waugh more of a defensive guy, and a perfect in the playoffs. Especially if Colorado has to play Vegas and all that. Nicholas Waugh coming from Vegas, going to Maple Leafs, going now there. So Colorado definitely, and I know some of the boys picked Colorado to make the Stanley Cup. They're the best team in the league. They come in the last seconds to pick up Kadri, which is probably the biggest pickup of the day so far.
Yeah, very cool.
So
got a lot of good hockey to watch. Watch out for Minnesota too.
Yeah, and so there you go. There you go. But this has been the trade deadline. Again, thank you to Taylor. Thank you to Mark. And stay tuned for more great programming here on the Fired Up Network. And again, do I say go Leafs go or golf Leafs golf? I don't know. So and probably with their luck, they don't even know how to golf, man. Like God. All right, Mark. Any final comments about the trade deadline or Maple Leafs or Blue Jays or WrestleMania 42 or anything like that?
Actually, I just think there's going to be some really, really good hockey. Every year we talk about this, how good the hockey is. Then the next year it gets even better. And I don't know how the product can get much better, but it gets better every year. Faster, stronger, just great players. And I'm so looking forward to it. And just as a last word, good luck everything that you're doing there, Taylor. And for everybody listening and watching, best to you and your families. And I hope you, like us, enjoy hockey and watching it, and have a good, safe late winter and spring, and enjoy the sport and with your families, and safe and health to everyone.
All right, Taylor, any last comments?
Yeah, no. The teams that, there's some teams that picked up some players that they needed. But the teams that are going to make those push, just watch how they turn it on. It's going to be some very fun and interesting hockey, especially down the stretch, making the playoffs, fine-tuning, and then in the playoffs, it's going to go nuts. So I'm looking forward to just watching and paying attention to all that stuff.
All right, and good luck in the Arnold this weekend. And when you win, we're going to do an outfit for Fired Up. You're representing Fired Up, all right? So that's it.
Yeah.
I got to get publicity anywhere. Right? This guy, Mark, doesn't even want to take me to antique cars. Come on, I got to get publicity anywhere. But there you go. hopefully you enjoyed our trade deadline special. 5 hours into it, and I'm going to go get a drink because I haven't drank anything, and that's it. But thanks a lot to everybody who joined us, and have a great weekend, everybody. And remember, tomorrow night, switch the clocks an hour ahead. I don't know if that includes Winnipeg, but we've got to switch the clocks an hour ahead. And also, on Sunday, it's International Women's Day. So go out, Mark, get Taylor a bunch of flowers and everything like that. And
I better get it for my wife.
Get it for your wife. Get it for everything. But for Donald Trump, buy him a Big Mac. I'm sure he'll approve of that. All right. So thanks a lot, everybody, and then thanks for watching the trade deadline. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
All right.